Starting any adventure requires a very good fika and a beautiful outdoor terrace seating. I am in a gorgeous coffee shop here called Drop Coffee Roasters in Stockholm, and we are in the hip area of Stockholm. That used to be kind of the working class, poor areas of Stockholm. It has changed significantly. It's in Södermalm, which I might be mispronouncing that, or short for Söder. But it's an O with the two dots on top, so it might have a different pronunciation. But I'm super excited to explore the hip neighborhoods of Stockholm as we walk around this island that's below south of Gamla, the old city. So I'm Ariel, this is Urbanist. Join me for a fika, and then we're gonna get on walking to these beautiful, quaint, gorgeous areas of Stockholm. I'm very excited. So right now we're having a classic drip coffee. They also do pour-overs here and espresso drinks as well, iced coffees. So it's more of a modern coffee shop. And we are gonna have a classic cardamom bun here in this beautiful street side. So let's have a little bit of fika. Fika, if you haven't tuned into my broadcast yet, means a coffee break. It's a coffee break usually meant for socializing. So it's not quite the coffee break you might take in America, which can mean on your own or it can mean with someone, but here the emphasis is more on the socializing aspect. So a lot of the fika places, you don't have too many people with laptops. Maybe more in the modern coffee shops like this one, but other ones, usually people are chatting. Very similar to coffee culture in London as well. So cheers, let's try this out. Drip coffee is amazing in Stockholm. I'm truly impressed by it. If you don't know what drip coffee is, it's coffee made in batch. People call it also batch brew. It's filtered coffee, but it's made in large batches. So in Spanish, that would be café colado or café frito. And sometimes in the US, if you go to a better coffee shop, they're good, but they tend to be very light in good coffee shops. In bodegas, the street cars, diners, they tend to be very acidic, kind of very heavy. You usually need some milk with it. Or also if you're from my home country, Puerto Rico, same thing, it tends to be very acidic. But here, they tend to be very kind of strong, thick, but also really good. They go down well, and go down well black. And you can have a lot. Here is not unlimited, but many other places it's unlimited. So cheers. Activity says fika is a religion. That's great. I'll show you how dark it is. Let me show you close. But before I do, let me take a bite into this cardamom bun. I asked the gentleman in front of the coffee shop, the barista, what was the best combination with the cardamom bun. And he recommended their drip of the day, which is Honduras. Cheers. That is really good. Cardamom buns are thick, they're breadier, they almost taste like a very sweet focaccia. Not as crispy as some buns might be in America, or definitely not as crispy as the croissant in beautiful Paris. Definitely very thick. Lots of cardamom here, which I like. They use the cardamom. Also, crystallized sugar on top makes for a really good pastry. Oh, it's so delicious. Leela says, my mom's relative always said that Scandinavian coffee will put hair on your chest. It will? Really? I've been drinking a lot of coffee here. Uh-oh. I have so much hair on my chest now. Hey, you're like 20 minutes from my place, this activity. Awesome. If anyone sees me in the street, I'm always happy to say hello for a few seconds. Picard, nice to see you here. Are you on Södermalm? Yes, I am. Swedes, let me know how to pronounce that. All right. First, what's very important in any fika, at least as a New Yorker, is to see if the cardamom bun is dunk worthy. Most of them are going to be, but we're going to try anyway. So look how dark the coffee is. So you can see how dark this is. Darker than an American high quality drip. Usually drips tend to be very light in color in a fancy coffee shop in New York City. This one looks dark as you would have in my native Puerto Rico. And kind of tastes that way too, but you still get the finer notes of it. So it's not a punch to the face like it is, but let's see if it's dunk worthy. Which is a very important marker to see the quality of a pastry. Oh, look how that holds up. Oh my god. You can dunk this a few times and it still holds up. Look at that. Wow, that's really cool. This one absorbed the coffee. And it literally absorbed the coffee like a sponge. And when I bit into it, it just got a bunch of juicy coffee from it. Activity says, I'm glad you're visiting my beautiful country. Yeah, happy to be here. So happy to be here. Hey, Setiwela, nice to see you here. Welcome. Hello, Wendy. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the live video. Picard says double dipping. Oh, yes. A lot of Swedes have been telling me that that is not normal here, but I'm bringing that New York tradition of dunking your donuts here to this beautiful country. Setiwela says, good morning. Hey, Setiwela. Nice to see you here. Nicole, welcome. Fiami says, what a dream to be in Sweden. Wow. Fiami, I'm so glad. How are you feeling so far? Sweden is gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Admittedly, I connect more with Danish culture. So I do kind of miss the Danes. But this city is gorgeous and there's no doubt. And also there's a lot of hustle and bustle, which is really cool. I really do like it. So let me have a few more bites and then let's continue on. And I've noticed a lot of people said that it's their dream to visit Sweden. I did not know Sweden was so romanticized. Ron says, you miss office coffee. Office coffee should be like this. Let me know, in Sweden, is there office coffee or do you go out for coffee? It seems like you go out for coffee during the workday. It might be like Italy, where you actually actively go out for coffee. Unlike in the US, you usually have a coffee machine in every single office. It's kind of mandatory, not by law, but kind of like implicitly by the laws of humankind. Picard says I could just walk to Sweden. You can, Picard. Are you all the way up north in Norway or Finland? All right, let's have a few more bites of this cardamom bun and then continue walking around. I'm gonna miss cardamom buns when I go back to the US. I haven't tried the cinnamon bun yet because that's all around the US. But cardamom buns is more of a rarity. Brigitte says, I finally made it to your hometown. I'm so happy to be in your hometown. Emily says, we normally have a fika room with a coffee machine. Oh, I'm so glad. You know, it's interesting that there's a fika room inside the offices. We're actually in the area where some of the bigger video game companies are based at, including the one that makes Minecraft. So we might pass through those offices. Maybe they'll invite us in for fika. Sherib says, you're making me want to visit the country. Is there unlimited refills on this coffee? I don't think so. So we are in a bit more of a fancy coffee shop. Fancy might not be the best word, but we are in kind of more of an Americanized style coffee shop. So it doesn't appear to be free refills. This was behind the counter, but they did give me a pot, which is more than American coffee shops would give you. They would just serve you a cup size. They would serve you a bigger cup. So this is like the equivalent of a large drip coffee in America. However, if you go to other places, bakeries, more classic condottoris, you will find unlimited coffee. Janice says, I can't think of anything I've had with cardamom. It's much more rare in the US. Mika sends 100 stars. Thank you so much, Mika. All right. It's expensive. It's much cheaper than Denmark. That's for sure. Not much. All right. Much is an overstatement. It's a tad cheaper than Denmark. I spend like 13. No, not 13. I spend 100. So I spend $10. $10 on this. Actually, that is expensive. That's about the same price you might have in the middle of Manhattan. If you're outside Manhattan, yeah, it's a bit more expensive. This would cost in Brooklyn $6, $8, $7. Kay says, I'm watching you sitting in the garden with the coffee. Cheers, Kay. Not in the UK either, says Sheriff. There's not that much cardamom. Yeah, cardamom is rare in other cuisines. Let me know. Morning, everyone, says Matt. Södermalm is often referred as the South. It's full of hip bars, restaurants, and coffee shops. Oh, yes. I like this. Another. If this was like a more classic place, I can just go and just drink directly from the tap. But I went to a more American style coffee shop. So if you are really in the hunger for immense amounts of caffeine, don't go to a place like this. Go to like a Fabrique or the classic places, and there you can have all the coffee you ever wanted in the world. Let's continue walking around. So let's drop coffee here in the northern part of this southern island. And here's an elevator to where? Oh, this goes down to the metro. So we're above the metro station, Maria something. Hard to pronounce the word, but it starts with Maria. Right across the corner, we have a Scottish pub. Oh, those are rare. You see a lot of Irish pubs. But Scottish, that is rare. Oh my. Tom says, not there since the 1960s. Good friends here. Oh, tomorrow says, good morning from Los Angeles. Just got off the boat from an earlier canal tour. Hey, tomorrow, I'm glad you end up getting off the boat just in time. Ooh, I think this is the park that is the namesake of this area of the island. So here we have another bakery. We're gonna see a lot of bakeries walking around. Maybe we should bakery hop, try all the coffees, see how many coffees we can fit into one day. Hey, Ron says, off camera, are people more friendly? It's not very warm. It's not a warm culture from my experience. People are respectful. That's for sure. Yes, there is a kind of a respectfulness and a straightforwardness. It's not politeness, or courteousness, like a Mexico or a UK. And No, not them. It wasn't like Denmark where there was kind of this genuine sweet disposition. It's hard to describe because it wasn't happiness. It wasn't like warmth that you see in Ireland, but Denmark was very interesting. Denmark had kind of, I don't know, people just seemed generally joyful, just like internally. So no, not here too much. Here is a bit more serious, a lot more serious actually. I barely seen a smile from anyone actually. Even after trying to chat them up, actually chatting them up gets them more serious. Activity says Swedish people are respectful for sure. Yes, there's definitely a respectfulness. Dia says, I was watching several of your bonus videos, the short film, dance film. I respect the hustle, it was fun. Oh, I'm so glad you enjoy my private content, my personal content. DS is referring to my personal YouTube under my name, Ariel Vieira. Wendy says, tell them a joke. I don't even know what would be a Swedish joke. It's hard to, this is not a culture for small talk. Definitely, that's for sure. Small talk is not very welcomed either. And casual jokes, I've noticed, not really welcome. Cool fountain. Dia says, why do you think the difference in the demeanor? You know, when I came to Copenhagen, I was expecting much more seriousness. So I perceived Scandinavia to be just like what I'm experiencing right now in Sweden. Again, everyone, the people are nice, respectful. I'm generally having a good time. And of course, all the opinions are always subjective. You can always objectively look at certain cultural quirks, but your preference for them is subjective. So remember that when we talk about cultural conversations. However, yeah, I think if you perceive Scandinavia for being very serious, very straightforward, very direct, no small talk, that perception is more apparent here in Sweden. In Denmark, I was actually kind of surprised. I don't know why there's a difference. I'm very curious. Sweden and Denmark were rivals for many hundreds of years. So it seems like there was not too much of there's a deep historical connection between both cultures, but not a recent connection, I think. Only until maybe the past 50 or 60 years, I think, that Denmark and Sweden have had a little bit more of connectivity. I'm, of course, speculating. I'm not sure. I think the moment you start really chatting up, it's not really welcomed. Susie says, I keep to myself, may I fit in there? Yes. Yes, I think if you're an introvert, you're gonna love a country like Sweden. Finland is very similar. Finland is a bit different where people really are introverted, and to the point where they don't care what the hell you're doing. They really mind their own business. Here, it's not as introverted as Finland. Are the languages similar? So, Lori, I don't know any of the Scandinavian languages. All I know is that Swedish is very different from Finnish. So if you're Finnish and living in Sweden, you probably learn Swedish. But I think Danish and Norwegians can get by. It's like being a Spanish speaker and kind of getting by with Italian. I think that's the case. Alexandra says, I feel bad for you, everyone looking at you. Yeah, it's every country is different. Every country is different. Setihuela says, para allá voy entonces. Oh, beautiful. Lorraine says, will you learn some Swedish? You know, I have not even tried. I've not even considered learning Swedish. I need to learn how to say goodbye and excuse me. But everyone here speaks English, so I've learned that it's very easy to communicate in English. I've experienced. There has only been one person thus far where they did not know English, and that was just right now. I bought stamps from one of the corner stores, and the guy didn't know too much English. I still got by, still bought my stamps, and then he asked me where I'm from. I told him New York, and I asked him where he's from, and he told me he was Colombian, and I immediately switched to Spanish. I started speaking to him in Spanish, and it was the weirdest thing. The guy looked at me like I was speaking some really foreign language that he has no idea what it was. He was like, he was like dumbfounded. It was the strangest experience I had. Usually when I meet like someone who's South American, these countries, I just speak in Spanish, and it's better because we can actually talk. Let me know if that's ever happened to you. Any Spanish speakers out there? Para los hispanos, yo conocí aquí, compré unos sellos y vi a alguien que la persona no sabía tanto inglés y yo no sé sueco. So yo hablé a ellos en español y el tipo que es de Colombia me vio como y estaba hablando chino. Estaba todo ahí, todo confundido. Like. Dígame, ¿eso ha pasado a ti anteriormente? Yo sé que hay acento por todo Latinoamérica, pero yo no creo que el acento mío es tan difícil a entender. So I just said the same thing in Spanish. Setihuela sí, dice que él pensó que tú eras blanquito. Sí. A mí en Colombia hay muchas personas que se ven como mí. So Setihuela says he thought you were just a white Swede. Yeah, but there's a lot of people in Colombia that look like me. Actually, I pass off more as Colombian than even Puerto Rican. Do you feel safe walking around, says Trish? Yes, super safe. Super safe walking around. Very, very safe. It feels very calm, relaxed. Not that many weird people here. It's nice. Very little homeless, if barely seen any. Mentally ill, no. Not really. Drunkards, maybe later at night, but very few. Here, there's a lot less people who get drunk at night than in Denmark, for example. Denmark, there's a heavier drinking culture. Hey, Janice, nice to see you here. Seems clean, says Texas Rose. Adam says, I'm starting to learn French. I'm at a beginner stage. It will take some time to get used to. The easiest ways to learn a language is actually being at the place. Because if you're at the place, you're more immersed into the language. Diaz says, I thought you were Jewish when I started watching you. Good to know you're a brother. I mean, yeah, my name does sound like a Jewish name. And there are also Jews in South America, but no, I don't have Jewish blood. Texas says, my Spanish is bad. It's more Tex-Mex. Eva dice, sí, me gusta cuando hablas español con tu acento puertorriqueño. It is sweet. Yes. El acento mío sí es puertorriqueño mezclado con New Yorker, con neoyorquino. Emily says, I can understand both Danish and Norwegian. Ah, interesting. Do you need a guidebook to explore the city, says Adam. You know, a guidebook would never hurt. I like using DK Eyewitness. So we're wandering around. If any Swedes have any recommendations of what to see in Söder, then I will try to feature it. But I want to give a shout out to everyone who's gifted me via the Amazon wish list the books, the travel books of DK Eyewitness. They are my favorite. The reason is they cover a lot of the historical landmarks, and they actually tell you the history of the different places, the general history of the city or the country, and also they cover a lot of like interesting architecture. So it's more for the people who love history. It's not so about the practicalities of travel, food, lodging. Rick Steves does more of that in his guidebooks. So check out the DK Eyewitness books. I love them. I haven't used them for my trip because I would be carrying too many books if that were the case, but I read them before coming here. So thank you so much. Someone gifted me Sweden quite a while back, so thank you so much. Might have been Emily. Someone definitely gifted me Sweden, so thank you so much if that was you. Wendy says, what home comforts do you miss? I think at this point, I'm missing avocado toast. I could find it here because there is influence from America here in Stockholm, but it's not as frequent as New York City or London. Texas Rose says, I'm planning to visit Spain next year to get in touch with my roots. So Texas Rose, yeah, Spain is interesting. I think many people already know that I don't have the highest opinion of Madrid. I might need to go back and give it a second chance. Ah, speaking of Madrid. Is that a sign that I do have to go back to Madrid and give it a second chance? Let me know. Should I give Madrid a second chance? If you don't know, I visited 4 years ago at this point. Did live videos for a week. I did not like it too much. Did not like it. So maybe that's a sign. Give the Spaniards one more chance. And of course, Spain is not a homogeneous culture. There's a lot of other there's a lot of other cultures within Spain. It's not like Sweden. Sweden's more homogeneous than Spain, for example. Carla says it is a sign. Dia says it's a sign. Susie says another part of Spain would be nice. Yes, I think southern Spain is more friendly. Sevilla and Barcelona. Do you know the history of the architecture here, says Trish? Not too much. This is not a research tour like yesterday. So the general gist is that this used to be a working class area. It's a collection of neighborhoods in one island. So this was a working class. It ended up becoming very poor for quite a while, very dangerous area. And this was always outside of the main city when you go before the 1800s. This was the outskirts because the main city was in Gamla. Of course, Sweden, with the rise of the empire, especially in the 1700s, there was a huge population boom. It saw one of the biggest population booms in all of European history. Sweden is actually experiencing that right now, once again. They're getting a population boom that is the biggest one in Europe. And Stockholm may become one of the bigger cities in Europe in the near future. Kay says, I'll be in Barcelona for a few days in October. Orion says, Andalusia is the southernmost autonomous community in the peninsular Spain. It is the most populous and second most autonomous community in the country. Ooh, cool, yes. I've met many Andaluseños. And they're very nice. Very boisterous people in a good way. Dia says, what's the best thing you've had to eat in thus far? I have to tell you, Scandinavia to me is not too much of a culinary experience. It ain't no Italy. Ain't no, even it's not, to me, it's not even compared to UK or Ireland, where you find hearty, comforting foods at a pub. Here, you can't really find that unless if you go to a traditional restaurant and spend a lot of money. So I've been not having a culinary experience. This is a cool Mini Cooper, very old school. I want one of these. The best thing I've had was reindeer stew at a restaurant called Crippen, which you can see on a short video that I featured on Facebook, Urbanist Live, and TikTok, Ariel Vieira. Wendy says, so he went to Burger King. Oh no, I wouldn't have Burger King here. There are good burger places here. The Swedes, just like the French, appear to love their burgers. Also the Danes too. DS says the simplicity of the food. Yeah, it's a bit more simple. I think in the Nordic countries, I was more impressed by Helsinki for food. Specifically the food from the Lapland, so Lappish food, which is the very north of Finland. Also covers parts of Sweden, part of Norway. That food is very interesting, very foreign, even for European standards. Seems to be one of the main avenues. We're gonna see if we can turn soon. Where shall we go? Hyde says, historically, Swedish food had a lot to do with survival. Yes, I assume even more so than Denmark, yeah. Yeah, things here get cold. And Sweden, for a while of its history, was pretty poor, especially compared to a Denmark, but that was back in the 1500s. Come to Sofo instead, relax and have a genuine, get off the tourist area, says Michael. This is a tourist area, Michael? Do let me know. Debbie says this looks more suburban. Really? Debbie, remind me, where are you watching from? No American suburb looks like this, that's for sure. But yes, if you're used to more like the UK where it's very dense, yes, this might look like a more suburban area. All right, let's turn. Leela says, have you tried Swedish meatballs yet? I'm very tempted. Let me know. Maybe we'll find some in this walk. If we do, let's try it out. I think that would be very smart thing to do. Also, I need your opinion. I start these live videos sometimes, especially when we go to hip neighborhoods, by drinking a coffee. If you're watching the replay, do you tune out? Do you think that it's only going to be sitting down? Or do you fast forward? Or do you enjoy the coffee intro? Because usually, you know, I'm not too quick as some other live streamers. There's a live streamer I really respect, Only Japan Go. He's able to cover food and he does it like so efficiently. It's like 5 minutes, he covers the food very quickly. But I take a little bit more longer time, sometimes 10 to 15 minutes. So let me know, do you enjoy that? Or should I keep the food portions for the middle of the live streams when it comes to walking around? Are you finding Swedes quite tall? Swedes are also bigger. They're bigger than the Danes. Yes, I find many Swedes to be quite tall, but also big. Like both men and women in size. Not in terms like, there's a bit more people here that are heavier, that's for sure, than Denmark. Denmark is a very skinny society, but I've noticed people who are just generally like large frame. Like some of them just like look huge. And I wonder if that's the blood from the Lapland all the way up north. I'm very curious. Let me know, any Swedes out there. Why are Swedes huge compared to the Danes? Some of them at least. And NY says, I enjoy the coffee intros. Kay says, I enjoy a relaxing start. In Norway, they're even taller. Chris says, my wife is 5 feet tall, and in Scandinavia, she felt like she was in the land of giants. Yeah. Carla says, leisurely coffee time. Are you finding... Oh, I already answered that. When you walk the streets, what is the second most spoken language? English, by far. Nomades, bienvenidos a Argentina. Texas says yes to the coffee intros. They're giants in Norway, says Camilo. Ooh, interesting. I would love to see that. Nomades, bienvenidos. Aquí en Argentina celebramos nuestra independencia. Libre desde 1816. Ooh, Nomades says it's Argentinian Independence Day. ¿Cómo se dice congratulations? O que tenga un buen día. Qué bien que la independencia. So here we have something interesting. Let me know if you spot something interesting here. Emily says, probably because we a little bit too much. Hence, we've grown to be giants. So let me know if you notice something here. Urbanism. I'll walk through it. You know, it's cool. Let's see the car passing through. This is interesting. Something I learned recently. We don't have this in the US too much, at least, if at all. Here we have another car turning. Wendy says an ant. Susie says flat curbs. Quite the opposite. Erlin says, why does this place kind of look empty? I think people are spoiled for New York and London broadcasts. Not everywhere is going to be looking that full in general. This is definitely way more full than Seattle, and Seattle is a bigger city. So this is what is called a continuous sidewalk. Now, a continuous sidewalk is, rather than it be street level, here we see there is not a continuous sidewalk. The sidewalk goes down, ramps down to the street level where cars, vehicles pass. But here we have what's called a continuous sidewalk, where the cars have to ramp up to the sidewalk level, the pedestrian level. This is pretty ingenious, because what this tells to any vehicle driver subconsciously is that this is a pedestrian zone, so slow down. The ramp itself kind of gives you the immediate physical reaction of like, I gotta slow down. But beyond just even the ramp, since you're elevated, it gives the signal like this is a pedestrian zone, you have to give way to pedestrians. Pedestrians get the signal that they can walk safely across without really need to stop or look at the cars. And this is genius, because this increases pedestrian safety, pedestrian ease of mind, also slows down vehicles, so everyone's safer, including bikers and scooters as well. This is, in many parts, we saw this in Copenhagen. I didn't point it out, but after watching the TikTok video about this, and then there's also Not Just Bikes, a great YouTube channel that talks about this. I started realizing, oh wow, this was all around Copenhagen. And there's a few other cities in Europe that are implementing this, like Amsterdam and a few others. I'm not sure if this is in England yet. In the US, barely anything. But this would be so welcomed in the US, because what it does is it discourages vehicles from going super fast down a street that pedestrians are going to be crossing. This is a quieter residential street. it is something that I would love to see in New York, especially in Brooklyn, Queens, some parts of Manhattan, like the more residential parts of Manhattan, like the Upper West Side, Upper East Side. It would be such a great way to encourage people to just keep on walking.
You know, vlog or something?
I do, yeah, I do vlogs, yeah.
Very cool.
Oh, cool, yeah.
Having a good time here. Where are you from?
I'm from New York City.
New York, all right. So you're here in Stockholm.
I'm in Stockholm for the first time. I show people travel all around the world.
All right.
Yeah.
Very cool.
How about yourself? Are you a native of Stockholm?
I'm originally from Uppsala, like an hour away, but
cool.
right now I'm in Stockholm just chilling all the time.
Oh, what's your name?
My name's Dennis.
Dennis, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Ariel.
Ariel.
And what do you recommend here in how do I pronounce the name? Hey.
Hello, sorry, am I interrupting something?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
What do you recommend here in Söder, is it called?
Yeah, Söder, exactly. Yeah, just this bar right here, this is the bar that we usually go to. We're having a great time here, you know.
Well, what do you recommend to walk around and to eat?
Oh, so you're visiting Södermalm for
Yeah, for the first time, yeah.
I'm born and raised here in Stockholm.
Oh, cool.
So this is right where I live. Like the school I grew up in is right there around the corner. And this bar is really one of the nicest places you can go to here.
Oh, this one? Really? Okay, cool. It's a sports bar.
That's my brother right here.
Hey.
We're filmmakers.
Yeah.
We're
Oh, you guys are filmmakers.
Yeah, we make movies.
We saw you with the camera, so we were like, who's this guy?
we're just filming a sequence in this bar today. Of all days. So,
Can we get a peek?
Well, I have the footage in this camera, but I...
Oh, you guys are stopped filming already?
We're done.
You wrapped for the day. Oh, it's a short film.
It's a series, actually, a web series that's going to go online later this year.
What's the name?
It's called Shadows.
Shadows. And what's it about?
It's about a man dealing with his dark past and his persona, the shadow, having to combat it and be rid of him. So it's like a split personality type of story. It's very psychological.
You guys are referring to the original Shadow from the comic books?
Actually
40s?
not. I didn't know about it until later, but it's a great movie. I recommend it. I like that style of thing from the 90s.
I have an episode on where the Shadow was written, the comic book one, in New York City.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
I mean, we might make a little reference to it actually now that I know about it.
Oh, very cool.
But it's we make all kinds of stuff like drama, comedy, and there's actually one movie that's interesting because it's made here in Södermalm. It's called Cold Words. Starring this gentleman right here.
Yeah, I'm now the main character in that movie.
Oh, that's awesome. A movie or a series?
It's a movie, 90 minutes, I believe.
Oh, that's awesome. Also, we have an actor and a filmmaker over here. What's part of the filmmaking process?
I do writing, I do cinematography, I do directing, I do all kinds of things that deal with the creative side of filmmaking.
Oh, very cool.
But that's the thing. So I'm flexible.
Yeah.
But in Cold Words, I wrote it and act opposite him.
Yeah, we're both main characters, and he did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Where can we find in Cold Words?
On YouTube.
On YouTube.
Cold Words, Kalla ord in Swedish. Find it on YouTube.
It's called Depp Films, as in Depp Films, but with one P. You're gonna find a bunch of Johnny Depp videos, but then you're gonna find our channel.
That's right.
And that a lot of people that come to Sweden that actually looked up that movie to learn Swedish.
Exactly. I've actually been met twice. You know, twice on the street. People were like, "Oh, this is the movie. You're in that movie, right? Kalla ord." And I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Oh, I'm watching the movie to learn Swedish." And I'm like, "Oh, that's really nice."
Oh, that's amazing. And is it a Scandi noir, like a Scandinavian noir?
Well, it's more of a peaceful drama taking place. It's about kids after they graduate school, and it deals with that stage in between you finding what you want to do, where your passion lies. When you graduate, there's all kinds of paths you can take, but it's difficult to find the right path.
Right.
There's a lot of influence from other people telling you what to do, and he's also dealing with some early nostalgia from the school years when things were easier. But now it's more difficult. He has to grow up. He's a bit introverted, so he meets an old classmate who's a bit more of an extrovert, kind of weirdo.
Oh, okay.
But they both help each other to become better.
Oh, cool.
So there's comedy in it, but there's also a lot of heaviness.
I can't wait to check it out. Yeah, it's amazing. Oh, guys, enjoy the rest of your filmmaking day.
Yeah.
Thank you as well.
We ended up on the live stream. Let's go.
You can find me on Urbanist Exploring Cities. That's on my YouTube.
Oh, I love
On
the name.
YouTube. I'm gonna look it up.
And
right
I'm
now.
live right now, so we have hundreds of people tuning in.
Hey guys, hey guys.
Hope you're having a
Hope
good
you're
day.
having a good day.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourselves, guys. It's a Saturday.
Welcome to
Party
Sweden.
hard.
Where can I find good Swedish meatballs nearby?
Nearby. What was your name?
Urbanist.
Here's the thing. Sweden is Sweden. Here in Sweden, we like so much.
Swedish meatballs. This one, the red, the one with the red.
You're Urbanist
Okay.
Exploring Cities.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, cool. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, there
I was
we
just
go.
gonna say that there's here in Sweden it's so
yeah,
popular
there
to eat.
There you are.
Yep, you're seeing me live right now. Yep, you guys are popping up.
Oh,
There we go.
It's imploding in on itself. It's
now
amazing.
as you can see right behind her, there's an Indian.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Indeed,
So
that's
someone,
what we got.
someone in the chat went, "Good luck, Depp Films. Party hard."
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Yeah,
That means
because
a
I
lot.
have.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
I have
Thank you.
plenty of Swedes that tune in, so some of
Yeah,
some of
guys.
them may have watched. Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You know what I'm saying?
We're the local indie filmmakers in Södermalm.
What should I learn in Swedish? What should I tell people in Swedish? What's a good phrase?
Ha en bra dag. Ha en bra dag.
Hombrodog.
Ha en bra dag.
And what does that mean?
That's have a good day. Ha en bra dag.
Hombrodog. Hombrodog.
Ha en bra dag.
Okay, awesome, guys.
Hombrodog.
Enjoy your day off.
Hey,
Yeah.
yes.
Have a great day,
Good
guys.
luck.
Have a great one,
Bye
man.
bye.
Hope you get the best
Peace
meatballs.
out, guys.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Bye bye.
Fresh.
Homnobro.
Ha en bra dag.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, man.
But, all right, so there we go. Cool Swedes. So this is they filmed right here. Right here. All right, let's cross over. So cool, guys. Check them out. Depp Films, and they made a series. If anyone could write down the names of the two series, they're making a web series right here, and those guys have worked before in a series where a movie that's feature length, also on YouTube. Dia says that was fun. Yeah, cool, sweet. As you can tell from even hanging out with that crowd, Swedes do come in all different shapes and sizes. It's not all super tall blonde people. There is a variety. No, this restaurant has music. Okay, so the location does not have meatballs right now, and I think the guys are looking at the live stream right now. So, hello. I think all of them might be watching the live stream. They'll realize in like 10 seconds, because there's sometimes a 10 to 30 second delay. Can you try Swedish meatball? Yeah, there was no Swedish meatballs there. It was a French restaurant. Maybe sometimes they have it on the menu if it's seasonal, but not right now. So let's continue walking through this beautiful area of Söder. Söder. Avalon says try IKEA. IKEA I could find in New York City. I gotta try a place that's not IKEA here. Hisami says 7-Eleven has meatballs. I wouldn't doubt it. 7-Eleven is a bit better here than in the US. There's actual food, and some of that food is actually, dare I say, healthy. There's like yogurt, there's like salads, there's some couscous. Ooh, we found a Fabrik. So Fabrik, great chain here in Stockholm. There's also one in New York City. These guys are great cardamom buns. Here's a place where you can indeed find unlimited coffee. Right here, Fabrik. Hey, what different flavors are these?
This is with potato, cheese, and salami.
Okay.
Potato cheese, and this is mozzarella and sun-dried tomatoes.
Oh, nice.
And this is like sun-dried ham.
Ham. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have this one, the cheese one.
Yes.
And
Here, take away.
for here, please.
Yes.
And you have a sparkling water?
Yes.
I'll have a sparkling water. And that's it.
100. And you want to eat it up?
Yes.
And the receipt?
Receipt.
Yeah. Not bring it up.
Okay, I'll be outside.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, here's the bakery. And they make pizza in the same ovens as in New York. Okay, so we're gonna try a sample of the pizza at Fabrik. Haven't tried Fabrik's pizza yet, but since there is a baking tradition here in Sweden, they do make pizzas, I've seen in a few bakeries, similar to what Italy would do in their own bakeries. New York hasn't done that yet because they're competing, of course, with pizza places specifically. Ava, and I spend 100, so wow, 10 to about $12. Things are expensive. Ooh. That pizza was like $7. Ooh. Or the water maybe $3 or $4. Expensive. Hey Ava, thank you so much for the. I have a bunch of receipts in my wallet. I gotta stuff them inside before they fly away. Ava, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate you. Ava says, my contribution. Greetings from New York. Thank you so much, Ava. I really do appreciate you tuning in. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. So Ava is sponsoring this food stop here at Fabrik. So I already featured Fabrik before, but I want to stop here again because A, you can find savory foods. B, you can see Fabriks all around the city. So if you're looking for food in a pinch and don't want to sit down in a restaurant, and trust me, in the restaurant you're going to spend 3 times the amount of this, you can go to a Fabrik. It's a very easy place to go to in Stockholm. Why do you pay for water, says Alexander? Because I want to drink water. I want sparkling water. Don't judge me, Alexander. Don't judge me. I like my waters. This was cute. Look at this. How would you not buy a $4 sparkling water with a cute little cartoon? Thank you so much. Looks really good. Look at this. Look at that. Wow. Looks like a good pizza. Airy. Kind of, it reminds me of classic Roman style. This is a Roman style pizza. Emphasis on the bread. Seems like a good heaping of cheese. I like the sun-dried, the roasted peppers here. They look nice. Some basil. Wow, this is looking very good. Tia says, is this Sicilian? This won't be Sicilian style because of the airiness. So it won't be as thick as Sicilian. I'm assuming. Let's bite into it. But to me, this looks more Roman style, which means there's more air in this bread, meaning there'll be less filling, less stuffy feeling than you have with a Sicilian. And oh no, ladies and gentlemen, sauce has been spilled. Cue the Scandi Noir music. I'm not sure if Scandi Noirs even have music. Only Scandinavian noir I've ever seen was Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and they had like rock music. Love the plate. Yeah, it's a pretty plate. Yeah, here you can eat well in terms of plating. They give you actual plates in many of these casual food places. Peggy says, I thought the bird got you. The bird was coming close. All right, let's try this out. Wow. Wow. Ooh, that is really good. So another reason I buy water, all jokes aside, is bottled water in general in Europe is mineral water, spring water. It could come from a bunch of different places. It could sometimes be rainwater. Well, that was more in the Pacific Northwest of the US. Or it could be glacier water if you go maybe far up in Norway or Iceland or your certain parts of the US, those glacial water as well. There's water from different types of sources, but it means it's from a natural source, and that's why I buy them. And that means they have minerals in them. Tap water tends to not have minerals, or at least not that much. So you're getting magnesium, you're getting your calcium, you're getting your iron, maybe you're getting other things. Siteguela says, disfruta la pizza. Seriously, $7? Yeah. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, you're in Scandinavia. This is about $7, yeah. Cheers. Let's enjoy the $7 pizza. It's really good, very fluffy. This is a really well-made Roman-style pizza. Excellent. Excellent, excellent Roman-style pizza. The cheese tastes good. I can't tell if it's flor de latte, which is cow mozzarella, or buffalo mozzarella. I think it's cow mozzarella. I like the basils, nice and fresh. We even got pizza bubble right over here. Really good. In Rome, of course, this would be a euro, maybe a little bit less. But here we're spending seven euros. Peggy, my mistake. I said that this was roasted red peppers. No, this is sun-dried tomatoes. Thank you so much, Peggy. My mistake. Sun-dried tomatoes. That's €1 each bite, says Anthony. Basically, I mean, that's basically the case. I could hear the crunch of the pizza, says Vic. Oh, yeah. Hey, someone said I'm watching you. It's the Wimbledon. Oh, I'm honored. If you walk down towards the water, there's a place called Marie Bigrette. It's an observation site with the panoramic views of the city. How long of a hike is it, Emily? Do let me know. What makes Swedish pizza different? This is not really, I have not tried so-called Swedish pizza. There is a thing here in Sweden called kebab pizza. I don't know what it is yet. I might try it. This is Roman style pizza. Straightforward Roman style. Class says, mukbang crunch. Beatrice says, looks delicious, enjoy. The Sweden of today has a sense of quality, like a good Volvo, says Hyde. That's good to hear, Hyde. Wow, this is an excellent pizza. Ron says, I'm having hash browns. Oh, cool. Do you find it fascinating that pizza is so good over there? Says yes. Well, we tried that New York style, which was, in my opinion, exceptional New York style pizza. That definitely surprised me. I did not expect to find exceptional New York style pizza in the middle of Sweden. Did not. Here, Fabrica I already know is a good bakery, so it doesn't surprise me. But it is fascinating that they have made a good Roman style pizza. This has been the only one I've tried thus far, so I can't tell you if they're all good. Maybe I'll try more. Miss Lava says, kebab pizza sounds good. Oh yeah. Darlene says, was this served warm? It was not hot, but it was served warm. Typical Roman style pizza is usually sitting out there, like New York, sitting out there for a while. Of course, it's baked that day or made that day, maybe only a few hours ago, maximum. But it is served warm. It's not served piping hot. Unlike New York. New York is served piping hot, usually, by the slice. Here it's not. And same thing in Rome. When you buy a Roman style pizza in Rome, it wasn't served piping hot. Aiza says it seems more like a focaccia pizza. To me, it tastes more like a Roman pizza. Focaccia would be a lot more denser and fluffier. Try Fabrique. They're all around the city. Really good. What are your impressions of Sweden and its food so far, says Michelle. Sweden has more casual food than Denmark. Nowhere near as much casual foods as a London or New York. Paris even has more because Paris has been changing. That said, food here is a bit less expensive than Denmark, but I would say neither Denmark nor Sweden are necessarily culinary experiences. You're gonna have a good cardamom bun, and maybe the first one you'll have will blow you away, because if you're from America, you probably have not had any cardamom buns in your life, or maybe one or two, and they were from like IKEA. That'll blow you away. After that, they're all gonna taste pretty much the same. It's not a pastry culinary experience like Paris or France. It isn't a hearty food area like the UK or Ireland. Not street food like Mexico. Or casual food like New York. You don't really have that. Here is more sit down, and the emphasis doesn't seem to be too much on the food, though there are specific places one can go to that are more hip, that are more interesting. I have not had too many of those, but I have had great quality food here. It just, to me, is not something that sticks out to me. I haven't had bad food, luckily. So overall, the food here seems to be of good quality, better than your average place in America. It seems to be more fresh, more local, but nothing has blown me away. All right, let's continue walking around. I do recommend this. Wow, that was really good. Now it's getting chilly. George says, I love pizza with ranch dressing and pepito hot sauce. Interesting. Mohammed, salam alaikum. Jay says, do I speak Swedish? No, I don't know any Swedish. Emily says, Maria Burgett is a 15-minute walk away from your... So which direction is it, Emily? Do let me know. Maria Burgett. Miss Lom says, who remembers the phrase that the Swedish filmmakers told us? I don't remember. I will look back on the video. Photo Life says, are you planning an Indian trip soon? Indian would be a bit of a more challenging country to visit, especially on my own, and live. Live video comes with its own challenges, and I assume I'll stick out like a sore thumb in India. So I might go when I have a friend to join me, or a camera person, or something like that. Anthony says, maybe you should get the Swedish chef to whip you up some meatballs. I wonder if there is a Swedish chef here, just like the Muppets. Ooh, there's a lot of schist here. You know, generally this is a very clean city, but look at all this schist. Big pile of schist right here, right in front of us. Susie says, in Brooklyn we have sneakers hanging up like this. So all these are street lamps, yeah. No sneakers here. I'm not sure where I'm walking. Class says, wow, you in India, good luck walking the traffic rush. Yep. I assume they will be entertaining videos. I feel like I need to go with someone. Or really collaborate with a local YouTuber or something like that. Setihuela says, por donde aquí es donde yo vivo. Hay un lugar que se llama Antonio Pizza, donde hacen pizza de varias diferentes maneras. Y hay una pizza con ranch dressing y pollo. There's a pizza with ranch dressing and chicken in your nearby area. Ah, qué bien. That's very good. If you walk straight north from your position, you will reach Skinaravixberget, a really nice viewpoint. Which way is north? I don't even know. Where's north? Where's south? Where's east and west? I have lost all direction here in beautiful Stockholm. I loves me a Scotsman. Says find some hot Swedish men for me. I will have to go to the hot Swedish men store. It's like an IKEA where singles go. Alexander says, you're walking south. I am. You need to go 180 degrees and go down Roslugatan. Enzo says, how are Swedish women? Very beautiful. There's beautiful women here, as in many other parts of the world. This looks like Stockholm's Brooklyn. Basically, yeah, it's the outer borough of Stockholm. Have you taken the Stockholm Metro? I have, yeah. It's so slow. I'll be posting a short video on it. Anthony says, you don't sound so sure. I'll say this, if I had the choice between Sweden and Denmark, I would stay in Denmark if it were for that reason. Alright, so we're going to continue the opposite way. Here we have another continuous sidewalk. See, this guy gave me the right of way. Let me know, where is the area with a lot of action? Where are a lot of people hanging out? Do let me know. And I guess I'm the director, guys. Turn left here to have an easier way to walk up the mountain. There's a mountain here? How much is scooter rentals here? For about 10 minutes I spent about $4. So a bit more expensive than the US or France. How long will your European tour continue for? I have booked all the way through August 31st. But I may never leave. I may never go back. Europe will be my home now. Lots of scooter companies here. Bolt, Lime, Voy. I haven't tried Voy yet. I like Lime if you've used it in America, used it in Paris. Lime is a great company. Ryan says 7 more weeks of Europe. Yep. Yep. 7 more weeks of Europe. All the Europe. Chris says, are you including Germany on this trip? Every new day is an adventure. Michelle says, best news I've heard all day. Handsome Ariel staying in Europe. And Michelle says, make it London. I've already featured London on this trip for a week, 5 days. Kay says Kilkenny Arts Festival is also next month. Just like the Danes, Swedes love their sandals. Slav says, perhaps a tour on the Rhine. Go through the small park in front of you. Okay, cool. Slav says expensive. Scandinavia is expensive. There's parts of Europe where it's very inexpensive. Andrew says if you come to Germany, you'll find a lot cheaper than Scandinavia. That's good to hear. In places that are cheaper, so my budget could go a longer way. Susie says if you squint, you look like you're in the Upper East Side. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, kind of feels like I'm on the Upper East Side. Yeah. And sometimes there's certain aspects of neighborhoods where you feel like you're back in New York. Let's continue walking through. Yeah, beautiful houses as well. How much money do you recommend bringing for a month in Europe? It really does depend where you go. There's some parts of Europe like Italy where even a month you'll be spending less than 1,000. After booking your hotel and your flights, you'll be spending less than 1,000. Turn to the right. Ludo says not that many people on the street. Yeah, it's a bit empty. There's not that much hustle and bustle here. There's hustle and bustle in an area called Riddarholm. That one has some more hustle and bustle. Maybe we'll go there via metro. Let me know, Swedes. How is it okay to film in the metro? Do let me know. Have other vloggers done it before? Where are the people, says George. Well, we were in the residential area. Christina, wow. Christina says, do they ask for your financial records before coming into the country? No country should be doing that. I assume immigration is different, or if you're an investor, or if you're buying up property, then yes. But if you're just a tourist, country asks you for personal information like that, yeah, they should not be asking you that. Make sure to not give away any information about your financial records. You don't even need to say exactly where you live to the majority of people, unless maybe if it's border control, you tell them what neighborhood you're in. Your passport, of course, will have your address, but you don't need to tell them more information. You don't need to tell them where else you might live. Yeah, remember, Don't give information if you're a tourist. There's no need to give that extra information. So beautiful little park here. Whoa, oh, sorry. Wrong. US asked for financial information before giving a visa. Really? Wow, I had no idea. Us Americans really do have it easy. I had no idea, so thank you so much for letting us know. Christina says, do they ask where you're staying? So I have not been asked that when I went through customs at Copenhagen. I'm now in the EU, so I did not go through customs in Sweden. So I don't know. But in Copenhagen, they did not ask where I was staying. Some other countries will. For example, the UK did ask me where I was staying. They did not ask me the specific hotel, but I did have to tell them that I was staying in central London, for example. Sometimes they will ask you the address, so be prepared to provide some type of address. Kate says they did ask me at immigration when I went to Australia if I had enough money for my stay. Wow. Oh, I'm shocked. I had no idea. Thank you everyone for letting me know. Michael says, you need a guide, man. You're just walking in circles. There's nothing wrong with walking in circles, Michael. It's okay to walk around. You might not end up anywhere. You might end up somewhere. You might end up somewhere that you don't know. You might end up somewhere that you've already been to before. But it's okay. It's all an adventure. And yeah, you might be a local kind of screaming at the cameras like, no, you should be going this way. But I think part of the beauty of travel is going without any plans, any itinerary. Sometimes doesn't necessarily researching where you're at. Just go. It's okay. You get lost, you see nothing, it's okay. Especially if you're able to travel, longer than a few days, I would say. Do wander around. Sometimes you'll run into very magical things. And today is the example of a place I just did not research. I just came here. And it's cool. Of course, always be safe. If it's nighttime, then of course do your due diligence. If you're in an area that is a bit more rougher, they don't expect if you do stick out because you're a different, if you have a different look to the general population of that area. If I were in the middle of India, then I would probably do a little bit more due diligence because I would be sticking out. Same applies to wherever you're from. Of course, do your due diligence, but I like wandering around. Cool building, yeah. Wendy says, can you get us home safely? Yes, I can. Ain't that hard. Here, there's a lot of public transportation, so we're close to a bus or a metro. So you won't get too far lost. And we're on an island, so there's no way you can really walk away from the island. You start walking across the bridge, then you're leaving the island. Climate for a great view, says Anthony. Thank you so much, Anthony. We're gonna do that. So this is a protected area. It's the highest natural lookout point in Stockholm. and the only hill in the city to retain its bare, treeless character. Workers and poor people lived here on the hills of Skinarviksberget. Pardon my Swedish. In the 18th century, there were tobacco plantations and tobacco factories in the western parts of Södermalm. There are also textile mills in the area, chiefly producing wool. On the shore of Skinarviksstraden, there was a cork factory, an engineering workshop, and a vigorous expanding brewery. So one thing you should know about Swedish is that they tend to combine words into one word. In the US, usually this probably will be 2 different words, or at least 3 different words. Tarden, I think, means something. Town, neighborhood, something. It means something. It means a place. On the north side of the street, there was a row of well-preserved 18th century houses of stone and timber, with large gardens and a view of the water. Up the hill, the street curves out towards the uninhabited hilltop and the precipice. Cool. And the houses here were built in the 60s. And one thing you should know, like if you see crowds like this, especially if you see a lot of couples, this is a good indicator that there's some type of cool lookout point. Alexander says that it means Skin Bay Beach. Oh, thank you so much for letting us know. So yeah, there we go. It's a combination of 3 words. Ryan says the longest Swedish dictionary word is, I can't even read that, but thank you so much for writing that down. Ooh, one could take a scooter up. I think, I'm not sure. SK is the sound of sh in English. Oh, thank you so much, Aya. That I would have not known. Oh, cool houses. We see scooters. That's another indication. If you see a bunch of scooters laying around in a city that allows scooters, it's an indication that there's some type of tourist site. So all of this ends up being cutting kind of muscle memory, or it ends up becoming like your street smarts or your instincts. But yes, there are visual indicators as you're walking through any city that you might be. Of course, you'll never know for sure if you didn't do research or you're not Googling, but there is indicators that you might be close to something interesting. So keep an eye out for those things. Oh my God, is that Monsieur Pierre Le Pigeon de Paris? Oh wow. Wonder if he's here in Stockholm for some business. Wendy says, do you need water? Yeah, I think I'm gonna need some water. That was a heavy pizza. Ron says, oh cool, that'll be awesome. Wendy says, that's not Bob. No, that's not Bob. That is Monsieur Pierre Le Pigeon du Paris. He's here on some business. Ah, there we go. Freedom. And wind. Dia says him and Bob were filming in Sweden. Of course, no view would be complete if there isn't a screaming child in the distance. Only adds to the atmosphere. What a beautiful, gorgeous view. Diana says, I love how you walk and talk and don't sound out of breath. This building is very important. I might visit it at some point. I have too little time here. Museums here close at 5 p.m. so it's not enough time to see all the museums. Wendy says, wish we could see the sunset. So Wendy, if you want to see the sunset, we have to wait like 6 hours. Sunset is like 11:20, 11:30. It's very close to midnight. And then the sun rises at around 2 a.m. So yeah, it's only a few hours of night here. So make sure if you stay in a hotel or Airbnb here in Stockholm, make sure that it has blackout curtains if you're staying here in the summer. It's going to be very important because you're gonna have a lot of daylight. Susie says, wait, 6 hours, not too bad. There's a party boat there in the distance. And a TV antenna. And the rain cloud. Anthony says, I remember your sunset at Edinburgh, a similar latitude. I think Edinburgh might be a little bit south. Anyone can let us know. I'm not sure exactly. I think Edinburgh is a bit more south in latitude. Wow, that's loud. Crying baby has gone. However, on Facebook there is copyrighted wind. Yeah, some company, someone has copyrighted wind on Facebook, and a whole host of my videos have been muted, or at least part of it has been muted because of wind. So if you're watching this on Facebook and you don't hear any sounds, even though you see me talking, it's because right now someone has copyrighted wind and muted it. So watch the replays on YouTube. If you're enjoying these videos on Facebook, watch the replays on YouTube. YouTube does not have this issue. It had this issue many years ago, but luckily they fixed it. So just tune in on YouTube for the replays. It won't be muted, unless if I did come across music, and then sometimes I do mute them afterwards so I can monetize them. But if it's just wind, watch on YouTube. Kay says, how can it be legal to do that? It's not legal. They do it anyway, and it's hard to litigate against that. And then some of these companies spend a lot of money to litigate because they see there's more benefit to make money off copywriting wind. It's a whole issue. Dia says, is YouTube planning on fix that? It's on Facebook where this is the issue. So Tim says, is this the Passaic? It's not the Passaic River, but it's beautiful. Tim, let me know, where's the Passaic? Sounds familiar. Wendy says, take flight with a kite. I might need a wind glide. Anthony says they'll copyright silence next. Yeah, many years ago they copyrighted wind, birds, and white noise on YouTube. And there was a few companies that ended up making millions of dollars because they were demonetizing creators' videos and they were taking all the profits. Facebook, it seems like no one's monetizing my videos, which is good, but unfortunately Facebook is muting them. Kay says there'll be copyright farts. If you copyright farts, you probably won't make too much money because not too many people are farting on the video, on the vlog or live video. It's wind, birds, and white noise that is more profitable. Scott says, I have Stockholm syndrome. I want to stay hanging with Ariel. I might be doing a short video on Stockholm syndrome, where it originated, because it originated, yes, here in Stockholm at a bank, because Stockholm syndrome was a hostage robbery gone wrong, where the hostages end up helping the robber, the hostage taker. It's a crazy story, really crazy story. So I might go to that bank at some point. Miss Love says, where are his devoted captives? A captive audience, yes. Hopefully it's not literal. Susie says, I thought there were mics that muffled the wind noise. Yeah, I just don't have my mic attached because I want to be portable today. So I have mics with me. I can attach it, but I have to rebalance my gimbal. The reason sometimes I don't use mics is, so this is my mic. It's that big fuzzy thing that I sometimes have on my shirt. The reason I don't always use it is because it's a bit more awkward walking to a restaurant or to a cafe or food place with it, especially if it's not that touristy. It's a bit more awkward, or like spontaneously into a museum, for example. So sometimes, especially if I intend to be a bit more spontaneous, and it's not like walking through a historic district like yesterday, I tend not to use a mic so I can be more spontaneous and walk into that museum, walk into that restaurant, walk into that cafe without feeling too awkward. It depends on the society. Sometimes the culture will straight tell you, no, you can't walk in because you're obviously filming. Sometimes that happens. That happens in the US. Here, not so much, but it will make things awkward if I have like a huge mic. So that's why I don't wear it all the time. Wendy says, I love this walk. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Chris says, very refreshing. Oh, yes. I wonder what building is that? That one's cool. There's a similar one in New York City in the Upper West Side. And there's also one in Washington Heights like that. It's so interesting. Roxanne says, have a coffee. Hey! Roxanne! Thank you so much for the coffee tonight. I really appreciate you, Roxanne. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. That's so kind of you. That just afforded me unlimited coffee for at least 2 days, because every coffee is about $2 to $3, but most places it's unlimited. So you just granted me unlimited coffee for the duration of my trip here in Sweden. Tim with the $10 super chat says, the Passaic River is rather forlorn and polluted waterway that snakes through Jersey City and Newark. I was trying to be ironic. Tim, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Yeah, unfortunately, it seems to be so polluted and not so pleasant that it's not that popular that I, as a New Yorker, don't know about it. But there's no reason why New Jersey can't be this. New Jersey, there's parts of New Jersey that are very beautiful. Jersey City and Hoboken being two of them. There's no reason why the Hudson can be this beautiful. It just needs more development on the waterfronts and more ferries to connect, and we have to preserve more of our historic buildings and beautify them, not just tear them down, but beautify them, not leave them to kind of ruin either. And that's what New Jersey should do, especially Weehawken. Further up in Jersey, I think it's called West New York. There's a lot of places all around New Jersey's coast along the Hudson that would be great, that would look like this if we were to beautify it. And if we were to build architecture that's a bit more classical. Not every architecture has to be super modern, glassy buildings. We could build classic architecture. Maybe it spends a little bit more money, but it's worth it in the long term for the sake of humanity. We thrive on beauty, and glassy buildings don't always cut it. They don't always tend to be that beautiful because they're rather plain. The two towers are called the North Towers, made by a Dutch architecture firm. 120 and 104 meters high, 330 apartments, and their stores at the ground level. Matt says there's the Scandi Hotel here. I'm not sure which one it is. There's a tall skyscraper down there. Are we looking at the area of Ridderholm right here? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this is Ridderholm. And then Gamla should be right in this area. Morgan says 100% right. Architecture inspires our souls, yes. Rosalba says you should run for mayor or governor. Your visions for improvements is great. Oh, thank you so much. So stay tuned, everyone. 20. I'll be running in probably a 2040. Stay tuned. 2040. I think that'll be a good time to run. I think by that time I'll get my fill of filmmaking and live streaming. So 2040. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. I will be running for governor of New York in order to rebuild the city, to be the anti-Robert Moses, and uniting New Jersey with New York City. So I'll be creating a new state, New York City, Connecticut, New York City, Connecticut, Long Island, parts of Westchester and Yonkers, and New Jersey, all uniting into one singular state. We're separating from the rest of upstate New York, so we can have a proper city that's well connected and beautiful like this. Chris says it's see young people sitting down and not looking at their phones. Yeah, if we were in the US, we would see a lot more Instagram selfie taking at the moment. DS says, will oregano be legal? It's already legal in New York City, and recreationally it's legal, and now they're starting to sell it legally. Well, it's still kind of gray area, but soon it'll be fully legal to sell. Kay says, oh, I could just apply to the PM job in the UK. Yeah, there is a vacancy for the Prime Minister in the UK. Susie says, I don't want to be with New Jersey. Ew. Susie, we have no choice. It's for the better of the city. Class says this place looks good for a food stand. Oh, how I miss Denmark. Right up here. If this were Denmark, we would have a hot dog stand up here. Ron says you're forgetting you're a lord. Yes, a lord of Glencoe. Wendy says 5 hours more till sunset. Yeah, we're just waiting for sunset, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be here for about 5 hours or so, and then we'll be on our way. Maybe I can hand glide down and head over to Ritterholm, where it's a bit more vibrant. Are you going to do some boat sightseeing, Enzo? I already did 30 minutes. It was a 35-minute boat ride earlier this morning. Check out the replay. I may do another one. I have the keys to the city, so I'm spoiled for choice here. I can do all the museums, all the boats. This is the final scheduled live stream for Stockholm, so take it in, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we're kind of chilling here. I do want to make my way over there, so if anyone knows what's the best way to get over there, do let me know. Ava says by subway or bus. Yep. Anthony says Helsinki. No, this is not Helsinki. This is Stockholm, Sweden. As to where I'm going next, you just got to stay tuned. Every new day is a new adventure here in the European, Grand European Gallivant of 2022. DS says you can use one of those bikes. I can't live stream and bike at the same time. That'll be a bit hard. Ron says, will we be swimming against the water? I guess that is the fastest way. Hey, Claire says there was a statue here at some point. I forgot the name. Ah, I didn't know. That's cool. Cynthia says, too bad there's no boat to cross. There is a ferry system, yeah, there should be a ferry somewhere around here. I just don't know where. But this strikes me as a ferry. Dean says, please, please, please go to Berlin or Budapest next. Anthony says, you're going to Lapland. I'll tell you this, Anthony. For August, I'm looking forward to warm places. I have August unplanned, and patrons have the ability to maybe sway my opinions. So, if you are a patron, go to patreon.com/urbanist. Aside from bonus videos, sometimes you get the opportunity to input some suggestions or opinions of where the show is going. Claire says you would like Lapland. 100% want to go to Lapland. Not this trip though. I won't be going to Lapland, but I 100% Helsinki and the Lappish culture that was found in Helsinki with the restaurants and the food markets and things like that. And then I met a few Lappish people over there, and yes, I would love to go to the Lapland. Stay tuned. I may see if I can collaborate with Visit Finland soon. That'll be cool. Chris says this is a postcard. Susie says I already put in my 2 cents. So right here, everyone, one more time, enjoy the views. Let's continue walking through beautiful Stockholm. Says the northern lights are spectacular. So the northern lights apparently are visible from time to time in Stockholm. There's very little nighttime at the moment. There doesn't seem to be that much light pollution. So if I might have gotten lucky and saw the northern lights here. Wendy says, go back, Jack. What liquor do they drink? Says I love to be a Scotsman. Alright, I don't want to make this the I miss series. But there's not that much beer drinking here in Sweden outside. And if you go to a bar, you end up getting served like a half a pint, not even a full pint, and the prices are twice that of England so 4 times that of England for half a pint. So yeah, I miss Denmark. Denmark you could drink a beer here. Here people are drinking beers. I'm not sure what the rules are. Do let me know, Swedes. But in Denmark, you just freely drank a beer. Kept walking with that beer, go to the metro with that beer, continue home with that beer, could do anything with that beer. It was beautiful. Such a beautiful country. But we gotta be in the moment. Sweden has many great things. Chris says you can nurse that beer all day. Yeah, all day, everywhere. Ron says, change the title to I Miss Denmark. it left, what can I say? Copenhagen had left an impression on me. Ava says, many Swedes actually go to Denmark to drink. I'm not surprised. Rislop says, in Denmark, you can even marry that beer and bear children. Pretty much. Barra says, I need to go to IKEA today, get some Swedish fika. Yep. Please send me some Swedish meatballs. I haven't found any yet. Crunch, 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 crunch. Winds are picking up. A storm is coming. I already feel the storm winds. Are we gonna have torrential rain out of nowhere here? I'm feeling it. Oh my god. Yes, I think that's going to be the case. Winds are picking up. I hear rumbling in the skies. It's about to get fierce. I need some water before I start running towards the metro. All right, things are getting fierce. Let me drink some water and put on my glasses because a storm is coming. And luckily I have an umbrella. Have you got a favorite place or country yet? Says Claire. Every country is different. The country I would most love to live in, and I just would stay there, make more videos, make films, would be England. The country where I love the most people, where I had the best time with people, Ireland. And the country with the most outstanding beauty and food, Italy. So those are my top three. Let us know, what's your top three countries? Even in that criteria, let us know. People, live, and beauty. How's the water in Sweden? It tastes good. Not the best water, but it's good. Better than Mexico. Andrew says, I know a person who got kidnapped in Stockholm and never left that person. I guess that syndrome affects even foreigners who fall in love with Swedes. Susie says, Paris, France for all. Hey, Pine Rock says, glad you said England. I will invite you to brunch in Tak. Tak is one of the best brunch places I've ever had in my entire life. I'll put in the top three. Another one would be Watch House in London. And then there's Ruby's in New York. So thank you so much, Pine Rocks, for the kind £5 super chat. And yeah, I can't wait. I would love to go to Manchester again. Oh yes. Ron says Greece, Italy, and Ireland. And it doesn't have to be a place you visited, because some of you have seen a lot of my videos, so you probably got a sense of the country. For Ava, it's Sweden, Mexico, and Japan. Mexico is definitely a sweet place. Mexico, one of the most beautiful countries. Great people too. Wendy says Santorini, Paris, and Rome. Oh, yes. Ariel says, very cool. Oh, thank you so much, Ariel. I appreciate you. So here, these zebra crossings means that pedestrians have the right of way. Anthony says, what are your top coffee and cafe scenes? Excellent question. Top coffee scenes in the world? It's a tough one. London would be number one. London number one because they only not have great coffee, but they also have some of the best brunch food at the coffee places with poached eggs. So it's like a brunch restaurant, but you're sitting at a coffee shop. It's amazing, truly wonderful. So London is number one. New York would be number two. It's just iconic coffee culture. And number three, coffee scene. It's a bit weird choice, but Ireland really impressed me with their coffee. It has similar vibes to London or to the rest of England. They just had amazing coffee, amazing sweets. Those were the two things. Not so much with food, but amazing coffee and sweets just really took the cake. But actually, I'm going to demote Ireland because it's too similar to London. What deserves to be on that list is truly Rome. Rome deserves to be on that list. It's unlike New York or London. It's amazing. It's different. Espresso everywhere. Coffee's great everywhere that you go in Rome. So those are the three. Pine Rock says not Seattle. I wasn't impressed by Seattle. They had good coffee. That's it. Not good pastries. Not good brunch food. Seattle was a bit lackluster. It was a bit sad with the coffee scene. Yeah, fortunately. This place looks fancy. Is this like a... Is this a theater? Folk Corporan. Dean says South Korea would be a great future destination. Oh yes, I want to cover South Korea. Daniel says London seems to have the most of everything. Oh yes, it does. Chris says best beer scene. Best beer. Best beer. I would have to say Ireland. Irish beer was something else. It was very fresh. All the places were very close. Like you go to a pub, the brewery is within the city limits. And that was awesome. You can always have a great local brew. They're very inexpensive. The pubs are so friendly, it's awesome for meeting people. Ireland's number one. Number two would be, when it comes to beer, it honestly has to be London again. London, England, just England in general. This is an amazing beer. I haven't been to Germany yet, so I don't know. Prague, I haven't featured on Urbanist, but it will probably be on the top spots as well. Beer is so inexpensive, and it's really good. But I would say also, what place really inspired me? Oh, Denmark. Not the best beer, but just the beer drinking culture was wonderful. Just the fact that you could drink anywhere is really special. And that was cheap at the corner stores and the supermarkets. Pine Rock says Belgium has the best beer. I'm excited. All right, which way is the metro? Let's see. Okay, I don't have too much battery life. Let me know if you want me to hook up my battery for the final scheduled Stockholm broadcast before next week we go off to a new place. New place. You gotta say goodbye to Stockholm. We're off to new horizons in Europe. You won't know where. It'll be interesting. This place I'm extremely excited for. Extremely, like top excitement. So let me know. Should I hook up my battery? Should I charge up? Eva says there are more people on the street. Yeah, because we're on the main thoroughfare right now. We're a walk through here. Bueno, sí, me dicen que en Dinamarca la mota es más permitida también. ¿Qué es mota? Me avisas. No sé que, no le conozco esa palabra, mota. So Setigwena is asking something about Denmark. I don't recognize the word. What is this? Huh. Oh. Ooh. All right. Bear with me, everyone. So sorry everyone, I had the audio muted because there was a popular music. So let me repeat what I said. So we got lucky because there is Swedish meatballs here. And this place seems to be very adamant about organic, fresh local food. So I'm super excited to have some Swedish meatballs. And they had quite a different few choices. They asked me for the sauce choice, which you're gonna see what sauce I had. And a rhubarb lemonade. Look at that. Rhubarb lemonade. Oh, I'm so excited for this as well. Ooh. Rhubarb is in season, apparently. A lot of things use rhubarb. And I'm so excited. Swedish meatballs coming right up. The guy you saw on camera, he had a bunch of big, juicy Swedish meatballs there. All over the kitchen. He had them all out on that kitchen right there. Chris says that lemonade was at least $6. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Let me see how much I spent. I'll let you know. Spent $155. Oh, it's not that bad. Lemonade was not $6. Lemonade was about $4, and food is going to be about $12 to $14. Excuse me, $12 to $14. So this is about $15 to $17 around there. Do they speak English there? Says Jennifer. Yes, they do. It's just a lot of the menus will be in Swedish. You would have to ask for an English menu. The cool thing is most places do have an English menu. It's just not going to be in the front of the place. So it's not like in Italy or Paris, where if they have an English menu, you might need to be a bit discerning because the place might be a bit too touristy, meaning that they're not going to give you the best food. That's the case in France and Italy. And maybe even in Greece. Not the case here. Here, English is pretty ubiquitous. So they will always have a English menu. You just gotta ask for it. And it's a meatball kind of day. I'm so excited. I haven't had Swedish meatballs yet. So we're gonna feature some meatballs. Wendy says my mouth is watering. Oh yes. Comb my hair. It was very windy up there. Alexander says I was guessing $15. Yes. Gary says, luckily in Stockholm they won't be looking for a 20% tip. Yeah, I don't need to tip here. I've only been asked to tip once, which was the fancy restaurant I went to in Gamla, Crip Inn. They did ask me to tip. I was shocked that they asked me to tip. I gave them a small tip, but yeah, generally here no one's gonna ask you for tip. Then you don't even have the choice. Susie says, save some for us. I might. Let's try the lemonade. Cheers. Ah, rhubarb. Wow. I love rhubarb. Great taste. It's hard to describe the taste of rhubarb. It's almost like almost like strawberry meets celery. That's the best way I can explain it. It's like a watery strawberry taste. If strawberry and celery had a baby, that would be rhubarb. Darren says some great bars and restaurants in Södermalm. Yes, I'm so excited to try this one out. I don't know. I'm not sure if this one's good. There's no one here, but it doesn't. Scandinavia doesn't strike me to have too much of a foodie culture. So I have learned to not be too deterred if a place is not that full. Because as evidenced yesterday with the pizza place, in my opinion, that was an exceptional New York pizza. It was empty. It seems like almost no one goes there. But it doesn't seem to be an immense foodie culture, so it's not like in New York where the good places are going to be packed. Usually if a place is too empty, especially in the afternoon, then you might need to second guess whether you should go. Doesn't seem to be the case here. Chris says maybe it's an off hour. Maybe this could be more of a lunch thing. Yeah.
What you mean dairy free? Like completely?
No, not completely. Just
right.
just
So
the
cheese
sauce.
is fine.
Oh, it has cheese. Yeah, sure. I'll have cheese. Yeah. So we're gonna try some Swedish cheese. But he was cool with making it dairy free. We might as well try the cheese. Listen to the background noise. No honking of horns. No honking of horns. No people screaming. No random dude on the street trying to get my attention when I don't want to talk. No one trying to ask me for directions, which is the case sometimes in New York City. Is in inopportune times, I've had tourists ask me for directions. Yeah, it's quite a peaceful place. No sirens, right, Miss Lob? No huge rumbling of a highway nearby. There are highways in the city, but there's not as many as in New York City. No cyclists screaming at the guy who just opened the door on him when he was parking. No New Yorkers cursing at each other because one cut him off. But unfortunately, we do have a man playing randomly acid jazz, which is a genre of music of jazz with electronic instruments. Randomly playing acid jazz, very calmly cycling by with acid jazz. Marina says, I would get so uneasy in a country that's so compliant. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Wow. That's amazing. Oh, sorry. Did you want to see the food? Or should I just eat it? I'm not sure if you want to see it. Imagine a live streamer starts live streaming, has no idea that you have to show the food. I bet there's a live streamer out there that started live streaming, is a complete novice, and completely forgot to shoot the food. It's like the vloggers that go to like they do travel vlogs for the first time, they're starting out, and they forget to show the restaurant. They're like eating. They show the food, of course, because it's obvious most of the time. But they forget to show you the restaurant, they forget to show you where it was, they forget to show you the neighborhood, or basically any sense of where you are in the city. They just show you, oh, we ate this cool pizza. But we're not gonna tell you the name. So here we are. Excuse the wire. This is my huge battery pack. Charges like the iPhone like 5 to 6 times. I could use this for my laptop as well. So here we are. We have Swedish meatballs. We have a rhubarb chutney. We have a huge, gigantic piece of carrot. Yes, I've been wanting carrot. We have a lot of beautiful shavings of cheese. Nice cut up potatoes. Ooh. Some fresh microgreens on top. Lego berries? How you say? Lingo berries? Wow. Some cabbage. A little piece of bread. And 3 balls. Look at those 3 balls. Wow. Lingo berries. Thank you so much. Lingo berries. Oh. I've been looking for some balls here, and luckily I found 3. 3 balls. Let's try it out. Let's immediately dig into the balls. Forget everything else. Ooh, this ball's juicy with a tough exterior. Let's not give you the foodie equivalent of blue balls, and let me show you every single excruciating detail of this ball. Are they reindeer balls? No, I think they're not reindeer balls, no. Alright. Look at that. Oh, these balls almost squirt by how juicy they are. Look at that. Ooh, that is juicy, juicy meatballs. You know, if you were at sea and you were one of the seamen on a beautiful ship in the Baltic Sea, I can imagine that as a seaman, this would be a great meal to have. Great meal. You would feel so hearty, so filled up. Sorry, I'm trying to fit my gimbal on this gigantic plate. All right, let's try this out. Oh wow, that's a good meatball. Very flavorful. Has a very herbaceous taste to it. Strong herbaceous taste to it. Definitely Swedish style. Nice and juicy. They're a bit more kind of tougher than your Italian American style meatball. Dare I say they're a little bit jiggly, in a good way. They're a bit jiggly, these balls. Wow. That's good. No gravy, no gravy on these balls, no. All balls, no gravy. Super herbaceous. Miss Lob says they have substance. Oh yes. Swedish balls are so small. I thought they would be bigger, says David. Yeah, they're pretty small balls, yeah. Let's try let's try out the carrot. Ooh, we're gonna try out the chutney as well with this carrot and potato. Chutney, carrot, and potato. Rhubarb chutney. Wow. This is delicious. After eating a meal like this, I'm gonna need a good nap. So great, juicy carrots. The potatoes perfectly crispy. It's like a great chip, just a fresh chip. So it has that kind of chip taste to it. Parts of southern US do these type of potatoes. Let me know what's the name. They have a name in the US. So Matt says Swedish meatballs are typically smaller, and they're made with a 50-50 ratio of beef and pork. Thank you so much. So beef and pork. Jennifer says they're called scallop potatoes. Is that how they call them in the U.S.? So I love this assortment of veggies. Such a good combination, and with the berries, it adds that kind of extra bitter kick to them. So kind of like cranberries, but just jam-packed into tiny little berry balls. Let's try the bread. The bread seems kind of more run-of-the-mill, but it does seem fresh. Oh. That's a very good bread. Fresh bread, yeah. Kind of more of a plain brown bread. It's good because you don't want, I don't think you would want a very flavorful rye with this. All right, everyone, I'm gonna continue eating this. This is really good. Feel free to ask me any questions. I'll try the cheese on its own. Yeah, cheese is really good. Yvette says, what's the name of the restaurant? As with the policy, I'll let you know towards the end of my video. I mean, it's not towards the end of the video. Towards the end of the meal, I'll let you know exactly the name and the location of this place. So feel free to ask me anything as I'm enjoying this meal. Happy to answer any questions about my experiences traveling to Scandinavia. Hint, hint, I won't be doing any more Scandinavia next week. Hint, hint. Because if I do a week in Oslo, I don't think I would have the budget to continue on for another month in Europe. So that's why I'll be going to other greener pastures. So feel free to ask me anything about Scandinavian travel experiences. I'm gonna continue eating this. I'm charging my phone, so I will be showing you at least one more area here in Stockholm during this live video. There's great cell phone reception here, so let's take advantage and show you as much of Stockholm as I humanly can in one live stream. Oh yeah, Matt. I've heard of Emanuel Swedenborg. He was in New York for quite a while. So if people don't know, Emanuel Swedenborg is probably one of the more famous occultists in history. He was a doctor who ended up he ended up going into heavenly realms, according to him, and he described them as a scientist would. So he used his scientific training to describe his experiences going into heavenly realms. Fascinating dude. Fascinating. Because he is a scientist. Now, whether the validity of his experiences, it's up to you to discern. But I would say it's fascinating nonetheless, what he experienced. He was not known to be delusional, so that's for sure. And he was very public and very open to talking about his experiences and going to these higher states of consciousness. And they were not drug-induced, which was fascinating. So, yeah, he's a very famous occultist. I would call him an occultist because I think that's the best word to use. But I did not know that he had too much history here in Stockholm. I know that he has a history in New York, but his house was rebuilt in the Skansen, which is the open air museum. And I wish I would have gone to it. I did not go. I might go later. But yes, he has his house was moved to the Skansen Outdoor Museum. Skansen is an outdoor museum here in Stockholm that shows Swedish life throughout the centuries. And his house is right there. So I might check that out. Hey, Morgan, nice to see you here. Many Scandinavians migrated to America's north. Yes, Minnesota. That's why Minnesota has that accent. Some Minnesotans, not all Minnesotans, but Minnesota has that stereotypical accent because it's derived from the Swedish accent. Your meatballs will be getting cold, says Susie. Oh, yeah. So, as with my regular policy, if you know where I'm at, please keep it to yourself. Don't write it down in the comments. Every time I sit down for food, I want to sit down, enjoy the food. Then later on, I will tell you exactly where I'm at, so you know the name of the place. But if you know it, please keep it to yourself. Moderators, if someone says the name and the address, remove it until we're finished eating. Susie asks, will I be having dessert? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's a bit too much food. Hi, it says Swedish Ghost Lovers is a YouTube paranormal channel. It's not that serious. It's crazy satire. Interesting. Cool. Hey, AV! Is that my family member? Let me know. Are you the AV that I know? Or is this a different AV? No, I think it's a different AV, since it's European. Thank you so much, AV, for the €5 super chat. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the €5 super chat. Thank you so much. And hello, Rain from Red Deer, Canada. Oh, cool. Thank you so much for tuning in. Ariel V, thank you so much for 500 stars. Thank you. All right, everyone, you have my attention. Feel free to ask me anything about Scandinavian tripping, traveling. Happy to answer any answers. Of course, I'm not a local. It's the first time I've been to Scandinavia, but I'm happy to answer any questions about my travel experiences here. Anthony says, we know where you are from where you arrived earlier. Yeah, well, I'll repeat the name once I'm done. That's Urbanist Protocol. What will be your next travel destination, says Nicole? You have to stay tuned. As I mentioned, it's not Scandinavia. Morgan says, have you found good libations? So libations is alcoholic drinks. No, there are some cocktail bars here that are famous. I'm not sure about world famous, but they are known. They're very expensive. They're about $18 to $22 for a cocktail or more. While I sometimes do go out for cocktails in New York for that price, I really don't feel like doing it at the moment. My priority is to enjoy traveling, and cocktails hard to cover on live video or even a short video. My cocktail videos always do bad. They don't get that many views on TikTok nor on Facebook, so I don't really bother doing them. So that's why I don't cover cocktails too often. They will be a bit more compelling if I meet the bartender and kind of do a video with them. Then yeah, but I haven't had the opportunity yet. So no. And then here, since it's so expensive, I've not bothered really with drinking. How do you like Sweden? Someone earlier asked me, Sweden or Denmark, or Copenhagen or Stockholm. I connect more on a personal level. I connect more with Copenhagen. I connect more with Danish culture on the personal level. Though Stockholm is a gorgeous city. It's more hustle and bustle. It seems like a more interesting place to live long term because there's more stuff to do. But I cannot deny that I really, really felt connected with the Danes in an interesting way. How's the prices rates compared to the US? So the US prices do vary, and being a New Yorker, I end up realizing that the US is not as expensive as New York. So New York City, the prices here are about the same as New York City. Not the case in other parts of America. Once you start leaving the city of New York, prices get a little bit more reasonable. And Sweden is going to be more expensive than the rest of the US. Even like a Chicago or Seattle. Seattle was actually the most expensive city. There's San Francisco, Seattle, and New York are the most expensive cities in the US. But Chicago wasn't that expensive. Other cities are not that expensive. So yeah, it's going to be more expensive than many parts of the US. If you're used to New York prices, then you're probably gonna be fine here in Sweden, not in Denmark. Denmark is going to be more expensive than New York. Wow. Wow, this is one of the best plates of food, since the food is so fresh and so many veggies. I really miss veggies after being in France and the UK, where it's very easy to indulge in bready, creamy, buttery, egg-filled things. I'm so glad to be having veggies, finally. Thank you so much, Renee, for the CLP, Chilean pesos, 1,900. Thank you so much. Have you heard of Trun Rådrullen? Renee, I have to commend you. We have a few South Americans that really know their stuff about Europe. Renee being one of them. There's a few others. Ronald, there's a few others. I have to give a round of hearts to Renee. He knows his stuff about many European countries. No, I have not tried that. Street food yet. I have not tried that. Let me know what is that street food. I will be seeing if I could do a video of kebab pizza. Do you prefer to stay Airbnbs or hotels? Depends on the place. It really does depend. Airbnb for longer stays, most definitely. It feels more like a home. raining and the sun is shining. That's cool. It's like raining. It's not raining here, but it's raining here. Look at this. We're right in the middle of a cloud. Oh, now it's raining here. Okay. Wow. Okay, now it's dark. Bear with me for a second. Hey, Dutch. Kay says there will be a rainbow soon. Have you fallen in love with Stockholm yet? Dutch, I'm not entirely sure what the reference you are making. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Is Dutch, are you making an ABBA reference? I don't know all the ABBA songs by heart. But I'm glad you're taking a chance on me. Oh, are you Dutch? You're making a reference to the syndrome? I see. As I mentioned, I connect more with Danish culture. If I were to pick the 2 Scandinavian countries that I visited, Danish culture I connect with more. I also loved Swedish have this to a smaller extent, but what I loved about Danish culture was their self-confidence. It's more apparent in Denmark than even it is in Sweden. There is a immense amount of self-confidence. I don't see too much self-consciousness in Denmark. Here there's a little bit more, but in Denmark people were so damn confident. And when I told them that I was visiting the city, they were like, good, it's good that you're here. Guy doing a wheelie right there, look at that. So Renee, thank you so much for the other super chat. So he says that food is sausage with mashed potatoes. Oh, interesting. So Renee says, very intellectual, but Sweden has lagom. I have not. I've kind of experienced that lagom. So lagom is this kind of, it's okay, it's good, it's all right. That type of kind of attitude. With life or with certain things in life. I don't know too much about it. I kind of get that essence sometimes. Yeah, thank you so much for clarifying. So it's not all right in terms of quality. It's more like not too much, not too little. Just right. Lagom. It's like kind of the Swedish cultural concept. Just having not too much, not too little, just all right. Just right. So a few people are asking, Perry is asking, what are the differences in the culture? As I mentioned, Swedish culture is not that much smiling, unless if you know someone. Some people do, but it's not so common to see someone smile. This is the stark difference even with Denmark. Denmark, there was a lot of people who just smiled, not politely like the U.S. It was a different kind of smile. So not too much smiling here. Not for politeness, not even just in general, not that many people are smiling. No small talk, that's for sure. If you're used to America, if you're used to the UK, you're not gonna have too much small talk. If you're used to Ireland, there's not gonna be small talk here. As opposed to in Ireland, there's not slagging. You don't. People, I've noticed there's not that many playful remarks here. Like I chatted with someone who I said something playful. I forgot what it was, but being both New Yorker and Puerto Rican, culturally we have a tendency to have playful banter, which is not insulting someone, but saying something playfully, joking around playfully. The Irish are a little bit sharper with that playfulness, and other cultures like the Turkish are also more sharper with that playfulness. But I'm used to that banter. British do that kind of as well. I tried to do that with a woman at one of the places that I went to. That was behind the counter, and it was pleasant. So it was pleasant to even have a small conversation, but she was not having any type of humor. There was no humor there. And when I said something playful, she took it seriously, and I was like, "Oh no, I don't mean it seriously." So that is you can have those cultural faux pas here. So do watch out if you like to joke around. All right, I'm almost done. Wow. That was the last meatball that I tried. Wow. He says, Sweden won't suit me then. Yeah, if you are Irish, or you're Mexican, or you're from a country that's a little bit more amicable, parts of the U.S., yeah, you're gonna find that a bit shocking here. It doesn't mean in a bad way. Remember, don't take it personally. If you are coming to a country with a different culture, try to give the people a benefit of the doubt. That means that if you come to a country and someone's very straight with you, and you say, "Hey, how are you doing?" They say, "What would you like?" They say that straightforward. Or, "What do you want?" New York, people say, "What do you want?" Don't take it personally. It's a different culture. Or in Italy, if you try to, like, there's different examples. For example, in Italy, if you try to make a change to a food, if you say, "No, I'd rather not have this cheese on this plate," or "I'd rather not have this vegetable," Italians tend to tell you you're wrong. They will tell you that you're wrong, that you should have it this way. This is the way we're doing it. You should be having it this way. Especially when it comes to food in Italy. Don't take it personally. That's just the Italian personality. And every single country has their different personality. As I mentioned, the Danes are very self-confident. So there's countries where that type of self-assuredness could be misinterpreted as being pompous or being cocky. It's not the case. It's just that in that culture, they're very self-assured. Miss Lop says the Italian waiter would just say bad idea. Yeah. They just straightforward tell you that you shouldn't do that. French also do that. So don't be offended. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Or if you go to Ireland and you already met someone already once or twice, you're going out drinking with them, you already have a few rounds of drinks, and they say something about your personality that's quirky. They're slagging. Don't take it personally. They're just having a bit of fun. They're having a bit of banter. Like in the UK, there's a culture of politeness. So if you know that you did something wrong, or you gave them something that doesn't taste good, and a British person, or especially an English person, tells you it was okay, it was all right, they're being polite. Don't take it offensively either. They're not trying to bullshit you. They're not trying to be deceptive. It's just in that culture, there's a culture of politeness. Same thing with Mexicans. So every culture has their own nuances. In Puerto Rico, for example, people are going to be loud, louder than even some Americans. They're not being rude. It's just the culture. So don't take it into offense. All right, everyone, this was really good. I hope you enjoyed this. I'm gonna have a few more sips of this, and then we're gonna continue walking around. The couple has passed you 3 times before. Oh, what couple? Yeah. Not sure what. Maybe maybe they're wondering what I'm doing. In my experience, you usually find what you're looking for, positive or negative, says Tamara. Yes. Yes, you can. This is why, especially in America, if you grew up European, you're kind of used to. Of course, I'm generalizing. Anytime I have these conversations, they're generalizations. So there are always exceptions. They're not always true. It's a generalization. But Europeans tend to be very close to other cultures. Even within certain countries, there's a variety of different cultures. Italy, Spain, especially within the UK, it's 3 different countries, or 4 different countries with the Northern Ireland. Parts of France, very different. Northern France from southern France. Brittany is different from Paris. Germany is a mishmash of a whole different parts of cultures. So you're probably used to more multiculturalism. You're used to different cultures. Or if you're in New York, you're used to different ethnic groups. But if you're coming from part of the US, or you're from parts of Canada, or Australia, or places where you really only grew up with one culture, maybe one other culture, maybe if you're from Texas, you probably encountered Mexican culture, but not really anything else. It's probably going to be a bit shocking going to some of these places. For some people, not everyone, but some people might have a bit of a shocking time coming to a new country. It might be a little bit of it might take you a little bit of time to adjust. And unfortunately, that's where the negative stereotype of the rude American comes from. The American who thinks that you're doing something wrong in their country. Unfortunately, that's the case. And Jennifer says, having a full conversation with himself must look like, yes. Yeah, so some people don't know about live video. In Denmark, a lot of people knew about live video. I'm not sure why. Maybe there's some famous live streamers in Denmark. But yeah, here I think people are not too aware of live video. So yeah, it might look like that to some people. Ron says, Filipinos are polite by saying thank you, sir. You're welcome. And then they'll say, sir, please don't touch me, sir. Yeah, and I recently learned that in Persian culture, people will offer you things, but you're supposed to say no thank you. So there's a funny TikTok video of American guy saying to a Persian guy, hey, you got a nice shirt. And the Persian guy's like, oh, you like it? It's yours. It's yours. And the American guy replies like, yeah, you sure? I mean, it is nice. He's like, yeah. What is mine is yours. He says it in a thick Persian accent. And he's like, yeah, sure, I'll have the shirt. It's like, yeah, you want the shirt? I mean, it's yours. It's yours. I can take it off and it's yours. And the American guy's like, yeah, we'd love the shirt. It would be amazing. And the guy takes off the shirt all pissed off. He's like, all right, here, it's yours. You're welcome. And it's because I have not encountered this too much personally, but I'm excited to at some point go to Persia or to those regions of the world. I have a few Irani friends, so I kind of know what that is. But they offer you something very generously. I've encountered this with Turkish friends as well. They offer you something very generously. They're not being serious. Like it's a politeness that you're supposed to deny. You're supposed to say no, thank you. So do watch out if you go to Iran or Turkey or a few of those other countries, and they offer you like a watch or a necklace or a ride on their yachts. Do watch out, or a shirt. I had that with a Turkish friend of mine who offered me like his coffee maker when I visited his home, because I told him, oh, you have a cool coffee maker. I thought he was being serious. I wasn't going to accept it, but I didn't realize, oh, that's just the culture. All right, let's go. I'll show you the place. How do you remember all these cultures? Maybe mixing up at some point, says Pari. I just love culture. I love learning about cultures. One resource I use to learn about cultures is Rick Steves' podcast. He has a really good podcast in his app. He has great conversations about culture. It's probably one of the few people I've heard significantly talk about culture. And Anthony Bourdain does too in his show. It's not too common. People are a little bit shy about talking about culture because comedians will stereotype it, of course, for comedic value. But I've noticed that in general conversations, people are a bit timid about discussing the nuances of culture. I've noticed this quite frequently across many different cultures. Not so much with New York, because in New York you grow up in such a multicultural society. This conversation is a bit more normal. Even in Puerto Rico, there's different types of culture, so it's a bit more normal to talk about this. But especially in Europe and other countries, I've noticed that people are timid about this conversation because they think you're judging other people. It's not about judgment. It's not about negativity. It's not about stereotyping. Yes, you might be generalizing, but we're not stereotyping. Maybe we're stereotyping sometimes for fun, but it's not to be offensive. It's just a fascination. And yes, we're labeling a bunch of things. A bunch of things are being labeled. But it's fun. It's fun to see the nuances, to notice the nuances. You could do it in a place where you embrace it more. You could do it from a place where, when having that type of conversation, you get to really immerse yourself into that culture and put yourself in their shoes. Because if you have no way of discussing it, you will always feel separate from it, or generally you'll feel separate from it. I think that's why Rick Steves is so good at what he does. If you don't know who Rick Steves is, check him out after this broadcast. The reason he's so good is that he discusses these cultural differences, and it helps a lot of Americans who are not used to traveling to learn about the culture in an intellectual way, and it helps them embrace the culture once they're there because they intellectually know it, and then once they start encountering it, they can feel the culture. They can be part of the culture from a heart-centered way. It's so beautiful. So I think these conversations are so important, and that's why I like having them. So let's continue walking around. And someone left a $20 super chat. It says Dutch says another total $40 says, just because you make us all smile. Thank you so much, Dutch. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I'll show you the name of the place and let's continue walking around. So this is Kaf and Hansen. Kaf and Hansen. It's located in Stodermalm. Might be mispronouncing that. I ordered the Stockholm right there. The first one, the Stockholm. So it's Kaf and Hansen. If someone could write down the address, it's located at Hornsgatan. Gatan means street. So it's the Street of Horns, I assume. 3337. Something along those lines. Really great food. Thank you again. Amazing. Have a good day. Koff and Hansen. Dutch says Ariel is one of the best up-and-coming channels I've found on YouTube. He's doing something that other channels should take on note. Oh, I'm so happy a few of you are saying that, including Dutch. Thank you so much. That really touches me. These live videos are very ephemeral, which I love. I love making live videos because they're very in the moment. But generally, once you do a live, that's it. No one will really watch it. Not too many people watch the replays. They might be interesting many decades from now. That's for sure. But I've been doing a lot of thinking of how can I do what I do in live videos, these conversations I have, these kind of cultural learnings or observations, and implement them into a piece of content or something that is a bit more permanent, a bit more mainstream, that could apply to a lot more people. I have no idea. It's even hard to pitch this thing in the show because people would think, oh, this is just Anthony Bourdain. I don't want to do what Anthony Bourdain does in TV or what Rick Steves does, but I'm doing something. It's hard to describe. I don't know how. I don't know yet what to do, but I'll find a way to take what I do on live video and bring it to more people in something a little bit more permanent. TV, book, movies, I don't know, documentary series, who knows. All right, let's find the metro stop. Where does this go? Where does this bus go? 55 and 57. I'm not sure what direction this is going. Yeah, this should be going the right direction. Yeah, I think this would be a cool bus to take. Hey. Says the hours are passing by, we just might see the sunset. We're still many, many hours away. Joe says, how much was the bus? I think the bus rides should be around $3. I think you can buy a single ticket that lasts you for an hour and a half, basically. Or maybe a little bit less, 75 minutes. And that's it. I'm using an unlimited pass. I got myself a 3-day unlimited pass, or not 3-day, but 72 hours. It activates the moment you buy it, and it cost me 350 krona, which is expensive. Wow. So 3-day metro unlimited metro pass cost me $35. I love your videos. Will you ever do the Caribbean? You know, part of the reason I'm doing Europe for 3 months is I love Europe, but I'm excited to explore other places outside of Europe. So yeah, stay tuned. Caribbean is in my future. Other places as well. Stay tuned. Says you can just tap your credit card for single trips. Oh, that's good to hear. I didn't know about that. So it's similar to the UK. Dean says I should go to Tenerife, which is in the Canary Islands. I would like to go to Tenerife for another reason, to trace back my familiar ancestry. So my last name is Vieira, which comes from Tenerife. I also have other family with a last name that comes from Tenerife too. So my Spanish ancestry comes from the Canary Islands.
Already tapped. Så de kör lite på så. Hon bara lät mig. Ljuset. Varför stannar vi? Det är protected.
Okay, I have no idea where I'm at, but it seems rather pleasant and kind of cool. Seems like a more well-off area. Wendy says, coffee at your place? So you're gonna find out about where I'm staying. I end up getting some discount to stay at where I'm staying. You'll be seeing like at least 2 or 3 videos on it. Stay tuned. It's a really cool place. And yeah, very interesting thing about coffee at where I'm staying. So stay tuned for either definitely short videos, but maybe a live video too towards the end of this trip. Bob the Pigeon is really a spy in the movie, says David. Where are we? I have no idea. Soul Reactivator says, welcome from Wisconsin. Wisconsin, another place where it has a huge Swedish ancestry, along with Minnesota. Ron says, by the way, Nightbot only deletes spam and timeout, but not hide them. Thank you so much, Ron. I appreciate that. I'll look into it. Tunisia says, I thought you were taking the bus to the last stop. Oh no. Stockholm it probably won't be so pleasant once I start going to the end of the lines. But this is nice. Wow. Char says I should strumen. Schulstrumin. That's how I pronounce that. Yes. Let me see where I can find the fermented herring. Tamara is talking something about bananas. People are talking about movies. Gruden says, go left. Thank you, Gruden. Ooh, we just have a new super urbanist. Dutch, thank you so much for becoming a member. Round of hearts to Dutch, along with the amazing super chats. He has just become a super urbanist. We're welcoming a new super urbanist. Thank you so much, Dutch. And mega urbanists, stay tuned for some Stockholm postcards coming soon near you. For at least like 10 to 15 of you, somewhere around that, will get postcards from here, from Stockholm. Then you'll be getting postcards from the other city if you haven't received one yet. And the other city is going to be just as interesting. Stay tuned. All right, let's go. I'm very red because that bus was stuffy. Ooh, should we get a haircut here at the Saint? Tamara says, we're scripting your movie. There will be bananas. John says, yes, get a Swedish haircut. Ooh, I see a church. I haven't seen churches here in a long time. I miss churches. And I see doors open. If New York City crosswalks had this sound, you won't be able to tell because there's already a lot of jackhammers all around New York City. Can someone explain me how this city is, a lot of the buildings here that we're seeing are either from the 1800s, early 1900s, and some of them are from like the 50s and 60s. How is there no scaffolding? How is there barely any construction? And how does it look so clean and well maintained? Why is New York, which is about the same age as most of these buildings here in Stockholm, always under constant construction, scaffolding, and drilling? What's the difference? Any construction experts there? I gotta team up with a construction expert one of these live streams. So Ava says Texas well invested. It seems. Tim says, excellent question. Yeah, I think I need to like get a construction guy to take me around these cities and explain. Oh my God. Elk, look at that. Ooh, I could use some elk meatballs. Is this even a church? Can I even walk in? Alright, shh. Don't make any sudden noises. Yeah, there's a service inside. The church is not too decorative. Either it's a service or some type of meeting, and they have like a band, so it might be one of those like new Christian multi-denominational churches where they play Christian rock. Could be. Horror with Marchese and Buller says, walks on Wall Street explained it once that the scaffolding is to avoid fines and penalties. Yes, it is, but there has to be a bit more to that story, because I get it, it's to avoid fines and penalties. But none of these buildings seem to be crumbling down in Stockholm or in Paris or in London, and there's far less construction. Beautiful street. It's a metal bar. Interesting. It's kind of giving me Brooklyn vibes. It looks a lot like Boerum Hill. Sylvia says, are these lights? Yes, they're all lights right here that you're seeing. So these streets are very well lit at night in the middle of the street. I kind of like the lighting in the middle of the street as opposed to on the sidewalk. It's better for the residents, so they don't have light facing them, because this light points pretty far straight down. Oh, Dutch is saying that some say New York City is way older than we were taught, and that it might be older than Europe. That's an interesting theory that there's going on. It's called the mud floods. Very fascinating. I've never done a video on it, but it's fascinating stuff. Actually, watch my videos about Chicago, Dutch. If you're interested in that type of weird stories about the speculation of America being far older than it seems, watch my videos about Chicago, especially the one where I talk about the World's Fair. Wendy says, I'm so interested. Yeah, I decided not to talk about it in Chicago, but I did point out how weird it was that they destroyed a lot of the gorgeous classical buildings that they apparently built for the World's Fair. First, they built those World's Fairs building extremely quickly. Even plaster would have been very hard to build that quickly. And the second thing is they destroyed them almost immediately. Very weird. I decided not to talk about the theories because things kind of get a little bit crazy, but the entire World's Fair in Chicago, there's a lot more questions than answers. Beautiful buildings here though. This is a gorgeous area. There's more kebab places here. Let me know if anyone knows this neighborhood. I have no idea what the name is. Dean says it's about height when it comes to maintenance. The New York City buildings are super tall. Dean, I know what you mean. Skyscrapers for sure. But the majority of New York City, especially the outer boroughs, still have a lot of scaffolding. And the buildings are not taller than these. Even in Park Slope, Brooklyn, or Jackson Heights, Queens, the buildings are in generally shorter than the Stockholm or Paris or parts of London. So here we see 1 story, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is pretty much the general of most residential neighborhoods in Manhattan. So they might go up to 12 stories in Manhattan. But in Brooklyn probably 6 to maybe 8 stories. So they might be slightly taller. Queens, shorter than this. Usually they're maximum 4, 5, sometimes even just 3. There's a kid hiding from the camera. It's funny. Oh, there's a bar called Charles Dickens. There's a supermarket here. This is rare. This is the first time I've seen a supermarket in the past 4 days I've been here in Stockholm. Oh, and there's a Little. Little ain't little here in Stockholm. This is a German company. So Sherry, thank you so much for letting us know. We are in Medborgarplatsen. Why do they combine so many words into one? Here in Sweden. Why is there like 4 words in one? Can't they just separate the words like most New Yorkers do? I mean, most English countries do. Wow, we have 413 people tuning in. 413 people. I think that's a record for Scandinavia. Welcome everyone. If you're tuning in for the first time, let me know. Here's a place called Bastard Burgers. They love their burgers here. 7-Eleven. Ironically, 7-Elevens here are better than in the US. So here you can find actually some salads, some yogurt, other things. I can go for a bottle of water though. Let me show you. Hey, how's it going? Just the water and chocolate muffins. Have a seat, guys. Thank you so much. You too, have a good one. I've never seen the 7-Eleven with seating before. This is new. I'm not sure if any places in the US have seating in 7-Elevens. Let me know in Japan if they have that. So welcome everyone to a live video. Let's try chocolate muffin 7-Eleven, see if it's any good. I'm not sure. Let's see if it's better than America. We'll make that the gauge. If it's better than America, it gets a pass. Here's a super decadent chocolate muffin with a chocolate bar on top, some hardened fudge. Let's see. It does look good. It does look a little bit more appetizing than the ones you'll find in American 7-Elevens. It's good. Nothing mind-blowing. Robert says it looks a bit dry. Yeah, it's dry. It's a muffin. It tastes like a good supermarket muffin in the US. Nothing too special. It's better than the Hostess, better than package, but it's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. I would say better than American 7-Eleven. Just a tad. When he says you ate it, I mean, I just had to have it tasted. It brought me memories of my childhood, eating chocolate cupcakes. Brought me memories of Crumbs cupcakes, because they were so big. Oh, look what we found. Okay, there's a metro stop here. This is good. Good news. Ooh, this area is nice. Look what we found. Well, there's a movie theater here. It's playing a movie about Edith Piaf. What? It's closed right now. All right, let's go, everyone. So, something special about Stockholm is that it's home to a lot of companies, including the video game industry. And if you're a big fan of sports games, some of them are made here. Right there. We got Electronic Arts, EA, and we got DICE. And we got Epic Sounds. Oh, interesting. Epic Sound is also here. So we have 2 video game companies. Let me know what's a DICE game. I remember playing them many years ago, 20 years ago, back when I was young. Battlefield, Enzo. Yes, I think it's Battlefield that DICE makes. But their offices are right here, yeah. Oh, this is so cool. Let's take a closer look. Let's see if they can invite us in for a fika and showing us the next Assassin's Creed. And there's a pile of blood. I'm not sure why. Okay, that's disturbing. Aside from the pile of blood, let's continue walking to the office. Hyde says no cash. Yeah, they won't accept cash here. Tamara says very disturbing. Yep, that was very disturbing, but we'll move on. Maybe it was an animal. Give it the benefit of the doubt. Esfield says that was some dark blood. Yeah, it was coagulated blood. Yes, that was blood. That was a big pile of blood. That was weird. Anyways, here we have EA and DICE. And we got a company called Fat Burrin. EA, invite us in. I want to see Assassin's Creed. What is it? Assassin's Creed 16? Assassin's Creed 27? I'm not sure what Assassin's Creed they're up to now. They seem to release them 3 times a year. Ooh, do they have their own catering services? Any EA employees watching right now, now it's your time to shine, to invite us in so we can show you behind the scenes of NFL Madden 2023. So make yourself known at this very moment if you're an EA employee, DICE employee in the middle of Stockholm. Let me move away from the music. Philo says worker connections here. There's some loud seagulls, yeah. They're very loud. Alright. Let's go back to the pile of blood, but beyond the pile of blood, we're gonna go to that beautiful street that we saw earlier. Joe says EA is actually near being. Yeah, they have multiple offices. They also have one in New York. I'm not sure where they make each game, but it's cool to know that they're here. Live says, did you see that sky? Yes, let's talk about the sky and not point the camera towards the pile of blood right down there. No, not that one. Let's look at the sky. Yes, that is a PG show. Let's wait for this car. Whoa, cars here passing fast. Seems to be like a highway. This is a road. This is a parking. Tim says, just noting how vivid modern streaming technology is. The video is definitely high def, but the sound is very present and crisp. Gabrielle says, maybe it's from a rat, that blood. Maybe, let's hope. Tim, that's right. Live streaming technology has come a long way in the past 6 years I've been doing this. Esfield says it could have been a poor animal. Yep, yeah. Run over by a car, yeah. DS says PG went out the door when eating meatballs. What are you talking about, PG? That was DS, that was a purely PG conversation with the meatballs. I only talked about people at sea in order to illustrate how the beauty... Oh, I got a mute. So yeah, I strictly talked about the people who work at sea in order to illustrate how hearty the food was. Matt says this is Citizen Square. Damn, these are loud seagulls. Citizen Square, it's a large city square located near the center of the island, Södermalm. Are we still in the island? Excuse me. Are we still the same island of Södermalm? I did not realize we're still in the same island. Wow. Damn. This is a huge island. Do let us know where we're at. I'm gonna drink some water. Right back. Södermalm, I mean. Wow, Enzo, that is crazy. I did not realize we're still in the same island. Ron says we're in Statineland. Staten is a word as used here in Scandinavia. It means of the state, I think. I've seen it in use a few times. Wow. This is a very nice area. Wow. Cool. Oh, I inhaled some chocolate muffin. Be careful, everyone. Don't inhale chocolate muffins. It's okay to bite, but don't inhale. Ooh, some hot dogs. But it ain't Danish hot dogs. I won't cheat on the Danes by eating a Swedish hot dog. This is a nice area. Wow, this is very vibrant down there. Brenda says that was my doggy. Yeah, that was like a very big guy with a very tiny dog. Dutch says if Ariel goes to Amsterdam, I'll send him some coffee shop money. Oh yeah, I'm excited for, at some point in my life, to have a good coffee in Amsterdam. We could do an entire coffee tour if that's included in the European adventure. Ia says, good Ariel, you're not cheating on Danish hot dogs. Yes, I can't cheat on the beautiful Danes. This is a popular area for youngsters, says Ava. Ooh, interesting, youngsters. Enzo says coffee shop, aka something else. So if people don't know, Amsterdam has legal cannabis and they sell that cannabis in coffee shops. There's barely any emphasis on the coffee, and they're just called coffee shops. Ooh, bakery. I'm too full, no more food. Ava says, I mean your age. Oh, you mean this is not like a place for very this is not preschool. Wayne's, this is another chain here for coffee. I haven't tried them. Let me know. What's your favorite coffee chain in Sweden? Is it Wayne's, Espresso House, Fabrik? There's also Brod and Salt. Cool building to your left, oh yeah. Very nice building. Look at how ornamental this one is. Very rare to find ornamental buildings here from what I've seen in Stockholm. There is some German influence in parts of the city because German trade has always been very important to Sweden. I'm not sure if this building particularly is German influence. And then there might be some Dutch influence, I think, in some parts of the city. Mika says, Wittekanten is my favorite coffee place. Wow. Dutch, they keep it so clean. I'm wondering the same thing. Sally says, does Sweden have cannabis cafes? No, people are referring to another different city, country, Amsterdam. No, Sweden is very strict with drugs, both hard and soft, and smoking. I barely see anyone smoking outdoors. And also alcohol. They're pretty strict with alcohol. So you can't easily find liquor, you have to go to government stores. And then I don't think you could drink outside. So yeah, it's pretty strict on a lot of things. David, nice to see you here. I don't see trash bins anywhere on the street. They are pretty frequent. I haven't pointed them out, but I'll point them out as I pass them. You do see them, so there are trash bins. DS says, I thought they allowed medicinal cannabis. Ooh, I'm not entirely sure about those laws. Look, this 7-Eleven even has outdoor seating. Look how fancy 7-Elevens here are. There we go. Rubbish bin. Trash can. Ron says, how's the crack in Stockholm? If you're referring to Irish crack, and you have a good time. I don't think Stockholm has too much of that. You might need to go to the nightclubs, which I don't have experience with. And I heard from other travel vloggers that even getting into the nightclubs are hard. They're very picky as to who they let in. You have to be extremely, extremely ridiculously good looking to get into the nightclubs. But let me know, would you like to see a live video in a Swedish nightclub? Being a very tall 5'3", I'm going to be very short against all these other Swedes. Tanya says, what's the population? The population of Sweden is about 10 million. Population of Stockholm, it's a lot. It's about 1 million, getting close to 1 million in the city proper. The metropolitan area is pretty big. There we go, here's the other chain, Espresso House. This one's definitely way more comfy than the other ones. way more Danish hygge. Morgan says, you spent some time on this island, Ariel. You're calling it a rubbish bin. That's a very British word. Wow, beautiful. David says, I would need to travel with to get into these nightclubs. Brenda says, oh, pretty people get all the break. Esfield says, I would love to see Ariel's adventures in Ibiza, which is the nightlife capital of Europe. Alex says, yeah, you have to be really, really ridiculously good looking. Yes. I think the Swedish urbanists might be able to illuminate us a little bit more. What's the oldest landmark in Sweden? There are runic stones that are more than 1,000 years old in Stockholm. I'm not sure. There might be some Viking structures here, I've heard, in Sweden. I'm not sure if there's stuff older than 1,000, 2,000 years old. Do let us know. I don't think there's any Neolithic monuments here. This is a very pretty area. Wow. Robert says Vikings left no permanent structures. Yeah, I'm not sure if the Neolithic people lived here. They might have been buried under ice, unlike the UK. Uh-oh, the Danes have invaded. They have brought, here in Stockholm, they have brought Joe and the Juice. The Danes have started to invade once again. So much for the 150 stars. Hyde says, want to ride a bike in Stockholm? Not really. You have to ride a bike next to traffic for a lot of places. It's a bit annoying, similar to New York. Though I did ride a bike in Copenhagen. I did not make a video on it, but I loved it. It was really cool. Hey, Vivian dice, gracias Ariel por permitirnos a nosotros viajar contigo. Ah, mi placer, qué bien que te puedo enseñar estas ciudades aquí en bello Estocolmo. I'm happy I can show you these beautiful cities like Stockholm here. Anthony says, another of my favorite cities, loving your Scandinavian adventures. I'm so glad. Whoa, there's a big hill. I didn't know hiking was going to be involved in this island. I already went to the mountains of the Isle of Skye. You guys are making me do exercise. What is this? You're sitting down while I am doing all the walking. It's unfair, I tell you. Unfair. Hey, there are any trams in Stockholm? There are, yeah. I would love to show them. I just gotta find the trams. There's barely any metro stops from what I've seen, so maybe we'll find them soon. Let's go. Cue Kate Bush's Running Up That Hill. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la la la. Great song. Running Up That Hill by Kate Bush. Check it out. Alexa, play Running Up That Hill by Kate Bush. Okay, Google. Play Running Up That Hill by Kate Bush. Esfiel says, I still have time to do Running of the Bulls. I would love to. Let me know until when that ends. I have no idea. Susie says she's playing it. Oh, I'm so glad. It's a beautiful, wow. Oh, wow, this is a photo opportunity right here. There we go. Booyah. There we go. There we go. That's a photo opportunity. That's a gorgeous view. Wow. Oh my. This city's beautiful. Cool thing about Stockholm, if we were to directly compare it with Copenhagen, again, both cities I found them very nice and awesome. Copenhagen is very flat. Cool thing about Stockholm is that you have this change of terrain and elevation. So you have more of a varied cityscape. Oh my God, we found scaffolding. It does exist. Ava says, Kate Bush got more popular after Stranger Things. I did not even watch Stranger Things. I have no idea how it came across that song. It appeared on Spotify. Q&A says, I missed 3 hours. Any highlights / best bits? Do not watch the Swedish meatball segment, especially if you're watching with family. There are segments of that segment that is pretty segmented, so do watch out. Whoa, we got a theater. Ooh, who wants to go to the Sudra theater here? Go into that door, says Ava. What door? Ava, what door are you referring to? Oh, this one. Musebak. Okay. Oh, nice statues. This is beautiful. What is this? Where are we? Who are we? What are we? Why are we? Okay, before I go, I gotta test this bench. This is the most interesting bench I've seen. We'll go through that portal soon. Stay tuned. Ava, thank you so much for the pro tip. But we gotta sit on the bench. Did I mention Sweden is very beautiful? We gotta sit on a bench with these views. Right here. There's a theater for this bench. Wow, this is very comfortable. Just a little bit of bird poo, just a little bit. Beautiful views with the garden, of course. Very gorgeous garden. The garden is quite delectable garden. You know, sometimes gardens are just gorgeous, and I really do appreciate them because they have nice trees and beautiful lamps. Yeah. And wonderful, you know, very bodacious cobblestones. Yes, beautiful cobblestones. So I love the views of the beautiful fountain. And this is a comfy bench. You know, again, Denmark spoiled me with benches. They made some of the best benches that I've ever sat on in terms of their wood design. But this one is fairly comfy. It's more comfy than an American wood bench, a New York wood bench, with the extra benefit of this sloping slightly down, giving nice little support for my thighs, letting my thighs breathe free in front of the beautiful presence of this garden. And I like this as well. It's kind of like a little small lumbar support. So beautiful view. Ooh, cool tower right there. I would give this, since we have a beautiful view of the garden with the cobblestones and the lamps, and plus this amazing bench, I would give this a very good. It's nice. It is really nice. Bird poo loses a few points, but it gets a very good, very strong 8.9 out of 10. There we go, look at that. Eva says, when you go through the portal, there might be music. Oh, thank you so much for the heads up. Joe says, 8.9, wow. It's 8.9, you know, mostly because of the beautiful cobblestones. Just look at all these cobblestones, they're so gorgeous. And I mean, just look at those trees. Wow, look at those trees. I almost want to like squeeze those trees. They're so gorgeous, the trees. I just want to like squeeze them because they're so beautiful. Wow, beautiful trees. Love them. Anyways, let's continue walking. Can't get over those trees. This is a great bench design. Look at that. John says, what's the highest rated bench in New York City? There is a 10 bench in Central Park. 9.9 bench in Capri, Italy. And a 9.8. I forgot where the 9.8 was. There was I think there's a 9.7 in Santorini. And I think a 9.8 was in Positano. Hey. Wow. This is thriving. I didn't realize I would see this here in Stockholm. Yeah, that looks amazing. I highly recommend going there. That's awesome. Let me show you the name of this place. Really cool. Highly recommend it. It's a great place. It seems to have a great drink. Mosebach. It's in Swedish. Walk through. I didn't see any way to walk through. How are the booze prices compared to New York City? About the same price as New York. Beers would cost you about $12 or so. Are they playing reggaeton, says Joey? They were playing some popular pop music there. Ava says, yeah, you go through the bar and find a wonderful place to see the other islands. Tanya says, it's been awesome watching a long stream today. You're the best as always. Hey, Tanya. Tanya, thank you so much for sending 10 Canadians all the way across the sea, all the way here to Stockholm. I appreciate you sending 10 Canadians over. It's a bit hard, to bring in Canadians here into the Swedish borders, but I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 10 Canadians. Hopefully I'll put them into good use. I'm so glad you're enjoying the long live stream. Now I want to see what it's talking about. Okay, Eva, let me check. Let me. Eva, is it through here? I don't see anything else. I can't go through any other direction. This way? What's there to see here? What's there to see here, Ava? Do let us know. So Ava's tuning in on YouTube right now. Asfiel says there's no local wines. I don't think there's local wines. There's local beers though. You can go down that hill. La 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 la. La 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 la. There's only a highway down there. It doesn't seem too pleasant. Yeah, I don't want to get too close to the road. It doesn't seem too pleasant. But I'll show you more. Here are the views. Dutch says, let's get Ariel to 100K in the next few months. 100K opens up a lot of doors. That would be wonderful. I've been doing this for quite a while. It'd be nice to get 100K. Slav says, running down that hill. Q&A says, we don't want a Seattle situation. So Q&A is referring to Seattle, where I end up going through some path along the waterfront. They end up leading me down a multiple hour walk with no way out. That's a weird, oh my god, that's a very weird. Reminds me of watching Ren and Stimpy back when I was a little kid in Nickelodeon. Found this to be such a weird show. So slam that like button if you're enjoying the show. Wow, we have crossed 500 concurrent viewers. That is quite a Scandinavian miracle. Scandinavia, not that many people were searching for Scandinavian live streams, Stockholm or Copenhagen. So this is a Scandinavian miracle. Oh my god, everyone. Slam that like button if you're enjoying this. We just crossed 500 concurrent viewers. That is Italy numbers. That is New York numbers. Here in nice little Stockholm. That is impressive. Ava says that was Katarina Church. I would love to get close to that. It's probably closed at this time. What time is it? I've lost all sense of time. I've lost all sense of time, of space. I am just swimming in an eternal bliss. Walking around through the streets of Stockholm. We found Bob. Bob, how are you doing? It's been a long time, Bob. Bob has come a long way. His producer's show has expanded to Stockholm. Yep, Bob is starring in the European production of The Producers. As I showed the poster in Paris, there's actually The Producers is also here in Stockholm. So he has become a thespian. He's left his bobettes behind in New York so he can follow his new dream. All right, Bob. We'll catch you later, Bob. Enjoy your thespianness here in beautiful Stockholm. Wow. Ha ha ha, indeed, to the person laughing. Kay says Bob's feet are all red from all the walking. Yeah. Wow, this is a Instagram spot. How does no one know about this? Oh my, Ava! Round of hearts to Ava. Hey, round of hearts to Ava, everyone. SPL says, was Bob's previous dream to be a pigeonizer? He's not a pigeonizer. He's just a guy who lives a different lifestyle. He's not a pigeonizer. It's all consensual. So here, look at these views. Wow. It looks a little bit better further back, but this is a cool Instagram opportunity. Oh my. Jack says, dude, you're killing me. What? How am I killing you, Jack? Only love in these broadcasts. Jack says, keep on walking. To where, Jack? We have already walked the whole of Stockholm at this point. Take a photo, says Susie. I don't have my second camera, so I rely on your screenshots. Wow. It's a beautiful church. Ella says, do you ever get lost? No. No, I never get lost. What are you talking about? No. A urbanist is never lost, nor is he ever found. He's exactly where he means to be. Matt says this church was started during the reign of Charles X. It was built in honor, named after Princess Catherine, mother of the king, wife of John Casimir, and half-sister of Gustav Adolphus. Ooh, Gustav Adolphus. We talked about yesterday. The original architect was John de Valle. Ooh, he sounds very familiar. He's famous for something else. Jean de Valle. Brenda says, I think your beard has grown since this live stream. I think so. I think the years have passed. I remember when and I was having that fika, a nice cardamom bun, a long time ago. I was a young man back then. Now I have seen the world. I have seen all of Södermalm. Wow. What is this? Oh my God. This is gorgeous. Wow. This is probably one of the prettiest graveyards I've seen. Heart-shaped headstone. Oh my. Birds are flying. Oh no, this is so beautiful. Look at this view. Oh, Jack says, I wanted you to see the other islands. Can we see the islands on that direction? It didn't seem like it. Wow. So Matt earlier asked about Emanuel Swedenborg. As I mentioned, he was a doctor who ended up entering very high states of consciousness, according to him, that led him to heavenly realms, and he wrote about them in excruciating detail, which would be rather odd for someone who was just having a mere delusion. Usually when people have delusions, their details are not so coherent. His were. And he described seeing scenes with color that were colors that he couldn't describe, colors that were beyond any earthly existence. And this scene right now, the gray that we're seeing right now is just the most unique gray I've ever seen on the church. And right here, this view right now feels like what he described in his writings. You can find videos where people narrate what he wrote. It's very interesting. He was from Stockholm, from Sweden. One of the most famous Swedes, actually, of the 1700s and 1800s. I think he was either from one of those two centuries. He inspired a lot of psychologists, occultists, people in a lot of fields, people who end up going to the positive thinking movement. Eventually trickled down to people like Norman Vincent Peale. He inspired a lot of people. Miss Lob says it's the juxtaposition with that peach. Yeah, this is such an awesome gray. It's almost vibrant. It's a vibrant gray. You're right. It's with the contrast of the peach, that kind of yellowish color. Wow. And here we have another bench. There's a Swedenborg church at Harvard Square, says Robert. Yeah, in Harvard Square. Yeah, he inspired people in Harvard. Okay, this is a heavenly place. I just believe the look of it. The bench is not too comfortable though. Terrible bench in terms of comfortability. It's made of aluminum. No nice slope for my buttocks. The backside is doing its best, but yeah, this is a terrible bench for such a serene place. I think it's better just to lay on the grass. Yeah, in this case. So for a review, it gets points just for the mere serenity of it all. So it gets a little bit higher than a 5 just because it's serene. You can even forget about the painfulness of the bench. It's like when you're having a good time, you're with someone you really love, you forget about your ailments, you forget about the pains, you forget about past traumas. They all go into your backside. It goes to your backside because my backside is feeling numb because this bench is making me numb. But I'm feeling very serene with these views. So it gets a passable score just because of the serenity. Passable score of a 6.4 out of 10. Lapin says, are you in the real world? I mean, we did go through a portal earlier. That portal led to a bar with a lot of people. And now we are in this beautiful place. I gotta drink some more water. Enjoy the views. Q&A says too many bench reviews in one stream is bad luck. No, it's not. Q&A, I deny that theory. Okay, we're faced with another portal. We are right now in the Ingmar Bergman movie. I might be mispronouncing that. Ingmar Bergman film. Tamara says, are we back in Kansas? After that beautiful serene views, it feels like it. Have we jumped through a time warp, says Susie. I think we did. Yeah. Pari says, you imagine living in Sweden. I love this city, I really do. Not so much, I don't connect too much with the culture on a personal level, but that's my personal preference. But it is a very nice place. All right. Kay says, was this Ingrid Bergman? Yeah, Ingrid Bergman. Thank you so much. There we go. Back to normal. Much prettier in color, says Brenda. Oh, yes. All right, let's go to our final stop on this tour. Epic tour we've had. Let's take the metro. Metro all the way that way. Oh, I gotta walk back. More walking. All right, the metro's down that way. Let's take the metro. Is there a metro stop down there? No, I don't think so. We're gonna take the metro, and we're gonna go to another busy area of Stockholm for our final stop. So join me as we go into the metro. Crossing fingers, hopefully I have no issues with doing a live video there. All right, let's go. Dutch says, you know you're in for a treat when it's a country where the 7-Eleven looks like a hotel lobby. Yes. So we already walked through the street. We walked in the huge circle. Ava recommends going to Megbrodarbladsen. And what's there? I already have a different place in mind. Ingmar, so not Ingrid, Ingmar Bergman is the guy, sorry. Ingrid Bergman is a different actress. Yeah, it's a bit confusing. Thank you so much. Ingmar Bergman. is the famous Swedish filmmaker. He's also famous for making very long films. I think one of his films was like 7 hours. How can the country look so beautiful, says Jack. I don't know, Jack. That's a good question. How can it? Dun, dun, dun. We don't know. Maybe it's just the high taxes. That could be the case. That's how it looks so beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. Taxes. So if you're from America and saying, oh, I wish Stockholm, I wish US was as beautiful as Stockholm. Oh, I wish it was so beautiful like Europe. I wish Springfield, Wisconsin was such as beautiful. Well, no, you're not getting it, because at the same time, it's like, no, don't raise our taxes, no. That's why, ladies and gentlemen. That's why America's not as beautiful as this, because you just want low taxes. So, pay up or lose out. Your choice. Susie says, we'll need a wee supper after this. I already ate so much. Robert says, way plenty of taxes in the US. Yeah, it is. Yeah. There's a lot of taxes in the US. US is the richest country in the world, so we don't even need to raise taxes. We still got so much money. I'm not sure where we're spending it. It's all going to military. Area 51. Okay, so we're metro stop is there, within reach. Robert says the question is where we're spending it. So shortly after the events of 9/11, the Congress made a audit of the spending of the U.S. government. Through that audit, they were very meticulous, trying to find paper trails for how everything is being spent. They ended up seeing that there was the figure was around $21 trillion that they couldn't figure out where it was being spent, on what, and who spent it. It was the Department of Defense, but the Department of Defense couldn't say exactly on what and what department within the Department of Defense was spending it on. So it was very interesting. You can find that report. It's all around online. That's $21 trillion that is investment. Probably more money than Sweden makes. So yeah, very interesting stuff in the US if you look deeper. So here is the metro stop. Let's go. So this was the stop we got into. Medborg R. Platsen. It's like 5 words, 10 words. So many words into one. It's like an entire paragraph in one word. Okay, everyone, I need your help. How do I get to Riddarholmen, Swedes? Which direction? We got the 17 and the 18. 17 and the 18 we have here. Which one? 17, 18. Green lines. 2 green lines. This way. Yeah. No, not Gamla, the one after. So we're going in the direction of Hasselby. Hasselby Guard. Hasselby, okay, cool. I got it. So that is the map of the... Right here. Map of the metro. The metro was built mostly in the 1950s. Of course, they had a lot of expansion since then. So that's why there's kind of a 50s aesthetic with this metro. And here it is. Avalon says, just take the 7 to Grand Central. This is the opposite direction we're going. I'll show you the train. So the trains look very modern. They're articulated trains. That means they're all united. They're like accordion-like, similar to certain lines in Paris. And then we're gonna take this one, Hasselby. Sean says that's clean, yeah.
Wait, okay, hold on, wait. Sie have to example, like, I can't, on the other side, so you like able to give her, no. I live in the hold on. Oh, we can meet at Google Docs. Oh my god, girl, you look like one
नीचे आ रहा है वो गार्ड नीचे आ रहा है
नहीं आ रहा है ऊपर ही पड़ा है
अबे ये उधर जा रही है मैं गोरिया वही तो चाहिए तुम मेरे घर जा रही हो
तो ये रखे हैं थोड़ा दो स्पेशल में
ये उसी साइड जा रहा है
तो फिर वहाँ से फिर हम लोग तरीके से
अभी नेक्स्ट पे उतरेंगे देखो ये आगे से ये अच्छा नहीं सही तो बैठे हैं यार दिमाग चढ़ा रहे हो ये बैठे यार सही है ओके
So we're starting to finally leave the island.
नया क्यों बैठ गया
तो रिंकी भी चल रहा है ना
अबे नहीं मैं घर जा रहा हूँ अबे नहीं यार अगर टाइड हो गई सुबह जाता है
We were just right up there, and then we were further back where the chimney is as well.
वो वरना मैं अपनी टिकट एक्टिव करते
ये वापस आ गया ये वापस मुड़ गया ना अच्छा तो बोला था वापस जाओ
क्या हुआ ट्रॉली में भी खाएगा तो मैं फिर सुबह लेकर आ जाऊंगा ड्रेस तो मंगा लिया अबे तो खा लेता फिर खा के चला जाएगा वहाँ इंतजार करते हैं क्या हेलो हाँ क्या हुआ ये तो हाँ मैं अच्छा लगा बोला नहीं नहीं 10 दिन उसको रख लेगा
Räkna avståndet mellan varje plattform och stiger av.
यहाँ से फिनिश करेगा
So that was the train. People there do not look each other. No, there's not too much like eye contact in these trains. And yeah, someone noticed the gentleman coming on and off the train. Yeah, not too much eye contact. It's very quiet. That's why it felt very awkward to even acknowledge the camera. And yeah. Let's see where we can exit. There are people partying up. Ignore that guy, everyone.
What's wrong with you? Are you not fucking pedophilic that you have to record people? What's wrong with you? Look at that.
Oh, that was annoying. That is very rare here. Kay says someone was unhappy. He told the guy, the attendant was like, I don't give a shit. So let me lose his tail. That dude was a bit annoying. I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you in a bit, but let me just lose his tail. Yeah, he was not Swedish. Yeah, he was an immigrant. I think sometimes people are a bit self-conscious because they themselves are not really integrous people who they themselves don't want to be filmed. That's one thing. And then the other thing is, yeah, the guy was just acting pretty stupid. Yeah, it's weird people. But that was the only one weird incident I've ever encountered so far in Scandinavia. So that is not normal here. It's a bit more, happens a bit more often in America. But that guy was probably one of the more extreme examples I've ever encountered. That was pretty intense. And when is he following you? Not anymore, because he went to the attendant. So I didn't show it on video, of course, but he was talking to the attendant at the person in front of the ticketing booth. And, you know, he's like pointing at me. He's like, that guy's cool. And the guy's like, I don't care. I was about to even wave at the attendant, but the guy just looked at me. He's like, he just nodded. I'm not sure. Maybe that guy has ranted about other people before to the same dude. Who knows? But anyways, let's go on. Michael says that's normal. What's normal? The guy ranting or the attendant being not caring? The attendant not caring seems rather normal to me. That guy acting very angrily because I was filming. It's a bit weird. He was saying I was filming young people. Like the people there were all in their 20s. Pari says, go where there's more people. Yeah. Now we're in the highway area, so it's a bit tricky, but I think I gotta go somewhere north. Hi, it says Dark Spirit. Yeah, unfortunately. But I know where I'm going now. AR says the guy repeatedly boarding the train tipped him off. Yep, I lost that guy's tail. He's not around anymore. I think even I think he got the gist from the attendant saying, I don't care. Yeah, he has gone. And Islam says that was the case of projection. He said certain very crude names. I bet that guy might be guilty of some of those things. Yep. All right, but there's a cool street over here, and I'll show you. Ryan says he's gone. We good? Yeah, let me just check one more time. Yeah. All right, cool. He's gone. Joe says you need to be careful. Yeah, those things are hard to predict. You know, I'm not, like, even when I passed that group of kids, they were the same ethnicity. The guy who was screaming and those group of 20-somethings. I wasn't filming them specifically. So the guy just ranted because he saw me with the camera. And I think I could have spoken back. So this is a good learning moment. You could speak back, but remember, a person like that isn't going to be deterred by whatever you say. They won't be deterred by whatever threat you might give them. Sometimes you can. This guy did not strike me as a guy who would be deterred by any threat or any type of anything I would have said that would be logical. He would not have said. If I would have told him I was making a YouTube video about travel, it would not have worked. So Kay says it would have annoyed him if we had spoke more. Yes, it would have annoyed him. Yeah. You have to follow your intuition in cases like that. If someone's responding like that and they're saying that they're going to call the police, it's better that they call the police. Because obviously I can show the police, especially in a country like this, the police generally are going to be very integrous, meaning that they won't, bully me or try to bribe me. Maybe in another country you should be a bit careful. That's why I'm a bit careful of going to, say, countries in Africa, some countries in Central America. That's where it gets tricky. But here in Sweden, since the guy was threatening to call the police, that's why I decided to say nothing. Because A, it doesn't escalate the situation. B, the guy would get kind of tired out if I'm ignoring him. And C, if he calls the police, like he tried to call the attendant, yeah, make them come. Sure, they'll come. They'll learn what happened. Okay. They'll probably have my back because he's the one ranting and raging. I could show them the video I shot. So there we go. So it's better not to escalate the situation if you don't have to. Remember. Joe says even Mexico is where, of course, yeah, some countries you do have to watch out if you get law enforcement involved. And of course, you know how I look like, so you have to watch out. Not some countries, if you are different ethnicity, different gender, yes, you also do have to take those things into consideration. But at least here, I felt safe that if we were called the police, I would have been okay. Better to ignore that person. So keep that in mind, streetwise. Luckily, he was not going to attempt harm. That would have been very unfortunate. And those things you cannot predict, unfortunately. So that is a really bad luck at that moment. It's bad luck. I got lucky that the guy wasn't that violent, because if he was violent, that would have been more unfortunate. You have to defend yourself if someone's being violent. But luckily he didn't. I was in the subway. He was not going to be violent. That dude would have been most likely deported if he would have started a fight with me. So that's, you can make those decisions very quickly. But nonetheless, here's one of the main streets. It's more vibrant. Earlier in the day, Seafox had to pepper spray someone who was chasing him. Yeah, he was. This street is more vibrant in the day. Let me see the name. It's called Drottninggatan. Grant says, yeah, another guy tried to, they try to threaten Seafox with smashing the camera. Yeah, unfortunately, that sucks. Yeah, and these people overreact. And as someone earlier mentioned, it's someone projecting, someone who has been guilty of doing some weird shit with the camera, or being doing some criminal activity, and they overreact when they see someone else. They themselves are guilty of something, whatever that was. Jack says that's rare in Denmark. Well, Denmark, as I mentioned, that guy wasn't Swedish. Swedish person, most likely that would not have happened. Again, everyone, this is not a question about the looks of a person. It's culture, and it's a fact. There are different cultures here in Stockholm, and when you're dealing with different cultures, you will get different reactions. So you do have to keep that in mind whenever you're in the city. So it's not being offensive or anything, but there are cultures out there where it's a little bit more normal to be very direct, to be a little bit more abrasive. And there's other cultures like the Swedish culture where there is not confrontation. Generally in Swedish culture, people do avoid confrontation. That's why the ticket agent, I wish I could have shown you his face. He literally did not want to enter any confrontation. The guy was like, please leave me alone. That was his face. So yeah, it's cultures, it's different cultures. So don't let that be representative of Sweden, because probably that won't happen in Sweden. Hey, Kat says, sorry that guy disturbed your great walking vibe. That person definitely overreacting because afraid to be a live stream. Yeah, I think so. I think that guy's guilty of something. Is afraid to be caught. Yeah. Also, if you're a content creator and someone's reacting that way, or if they're being nice but you get a bad vibe, do not tell them your name, your name of your content. Never, ever, ever, ever tell them any information. That's why even when people approach me nicely, I never tell them straightforward in the beginning my channel name. There's very rare instances where I get a very good vibe, but almost never. I always say my channel name up front. Like with the filmmaker guys, I chatted with them a little bit, then I told them my channel name. But never ever tell, if you're a content creator, learn this, because I know I have a few content creators sitting in. Never ever tell someone your channel name, because you don't know what they'll do with that information. You'll generally be safe, but you never know if they cause more trouble if they start following your content, which has unfortunately happened to a few of my to one of my colleagues, which is very unfortunate. So yeah, be careful with that. All right, let's walk around a little bit more. Let's wash our mouths out of that terrible experience. Let's continue walking around. Hey, Ella says, I think a good bourbon will help right now. I think so. I agree with you. Let's. I was gonna show you more Rotterdam, but after that experience and that area of town, again, there's a lot of people who are not Swedish there, of different backgrounds, different cultures. I'm gonna have a break. I'm not gonna show you Rotterdam. I'm gonna show you somewhere a bit more pleasant. Let's go somewhere pleasant here. We've already been here, but I'll feel a bit safer and more calmer in this area of the city. Let's go. Let's cleanse our palates.
Which, you know, it wouldn't be so bad if you already...
We'll finish off in this beautiful area, the old town. Leppin says, let's go, yeah.
And depending on what we accomplish tomorrow, I don't know if we want to do this, but I have their two houses not too far from here. Well, you might have to rent a car, but I noticed with driving it's very similar.
So we're right back to the Prime Minister's office. Not office, his house. And there's fishermen outside his house. Why are there fishermen outside Prime Minister's house? That's the weirdest thing. Can anyone explain me this? And they're not also Swedish. That's so weird. Frederick says, Prime Minister's house to the left. Yeah, and this is the second time I've seen fishermen outside. I'm not sure what fish is there to catch. I've barely seen fishermen the rest of Stockholm. They're for the Prime Minister's office. Ryan says, much bigger house than 10 Downey. Yeah, it's a bit bigger. Sally says maybe it's an inconspicuous fisherman that's watching. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. Let me make it make sense. Fishermen, not Swedes, fishing in front of the Prime Minister's office. I mean, house. And the office is right around the corner. I've barely seen fishermen anywhere else in Stockholm. I don't know. Make it make sense, please. Ron says, I trust your instinct. Passing someone suspicious and walk faster. Yeah, that's basically what I did. Robert says, Secret Service. Maybe. Dinda says probably spies. I don't know. It's just weird. Wendy says I want beer after that. Me too. Who wants to grab a beer? Let me know. Ryan says the fishermen are similar to the guy boarding the train over and over again. A glitch in the Matrix. That was very amusing, yeah. The guy boarding the train. He was just switching train cars every time. I'm not sure why. Angela says, drink a beer for me. I'm allergic. Will do. Armchair Guru says, nice to see you here. Oh, I'm so glad, Armchair Guru, that you're enjoying this. Dutch says, the Swedish version of the fisherman, of James Bond is the fisherman. Maybe. What time is it? I don't even know what time it is. I gotta go sleep eventually. This looks super cozy. I love it. Lex says, how would you compare this part of Stockholm to Copenhagen? Gamla feels more medieval because it is. Well, it's a late medieval. Not even medieval, it's a little bit later, 1600s. But it definitely has a more of that vibe. Copenhagen doesn't. Copenhagen, there's not that much narrow streets like here. Here, there's a lot of narrow streets. Tim says, are there as many bicyclists here as in Copenhagen? No, nowhere near enough bicyclists. The bike infrastructure here is not as good as Copenhagen. All right, let's grab a good drink. I know the area for drinking. Right down here. Let's go one more block down. Morgan, thank you so much for sending 2 Canadians over. Morgan says, I'll buy. Thank you so much, Morgan. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 2 Canadians. Dia says, what's been the longest stream? No, we're not going to beat the record today. The longest stream is nearly 8 hours. 8 hours, I think, has been the longest stream. Sally says, it doesn't seem to be a overtly friendly country, but it is beautiful. Oh yes, it is gorgeous. There's definitely a lot here to enjoy. Dutch says 516 people. I am astonished by so many people tuning in. Ava says contribution to the beer. Thank you so much, Ava. Beers are about like $12 to $15 in this area, so I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ava. All right, let's go over to Ariel with a little bit more bars, which is this next street over here. Joe says, no, I did a 10-hour stream. No, I did an 8-hour stream. 8 hours, Joe. Haven't quite get 10 yet, but I did 8 hours in for the wedding stream, but that wasn't in my channel. But I did almost an 8-hour stream in Italy. I think Italy was, I think, among the longest in Rome and Venice. And then there might have been one in New York too. 5-hour live streams get you more viewers. Yeah, I think the longer I live stream, the more viewers I get. Yeah. This seems nice. This is an Irish bar. Oh, cool. I'll go to this place. All right, everyone, I gotta mute for a little bit. Be right back. Okay, everyone, I couldn't find a music-free spot, so unfortunately I think this is going to be demonetized, but I think it's appropriate to have ABBA playing. And looks so good, says Dutch. Yeah, this does seem like a good place. I tried it yesterday. I really did enjoy it. The chairs look comfy. They are really comfy. So outside there was music playing, inside here there's music playing, but I think it's appropriate to have ABBA playing in such a long live stream. So if you're seeing this afterwards and it's muted, you'll know why, because of ABBA. Someone left a super chat. Who was it? Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. I just missed it. Can't see. Ava, thank you so much for the super chat. And comfy seating. Anyone tuning into Tokyo's Explorers streams now that he's permanently in Sweden says, I don't know. I haven't seen Tokyo Explorer too much. I hear ABBA. Yes, ABBA. This is definitely going to be demonetized. I'm trying to find my cable so I can show it. Ella says, definitely not Irish. The Irish pub was next door, but I felt like coming here. So I ended up spending $23 for 2 drinks. Aperol Spritz and a beer. Is this your most northernmost location? I'm not sure if Helsinki is more north. It might be. I think Helsinki is a bit more north. Do let me know. It's this or Helsinki. It's my most northernmost country city I've ever been to. And Mika says, Ava is playing. Yeah, Ava is playing. Row of pastry shops now. Dude, this is great. Yeah, there's a lot of pastry shops here. There's a lot of restaurants. There's a great burger restaurant that apparently was voted one of the best burgers in the world called Barrels. I'm a bit full, so I can't eat more. But there's a lot of cool things here. Yeah. Thanks, Ariel. It helps go quicker. Yeah. Yeah, over here. Thank you so much. Don't mind me, I'm recording a video. Thank you so much.
Both of yours?
Yes. Thank you so much. All right, so here is the Aperol Spritz. I love this cocktail. I mean, we are in Sweden, but the beer, I'm sure there's good beers here, but this is not like a beer-centric, not necessarily about the beer when you visit here. It's not like a Germany, I would assume, or like Ireland, or like a England, or parts of America, like Maine. You go for the beer. So that's why I enjoy having Aperol Spritz here. Of course, you drink whatever you want, but they make good Aperol Spritz. But at the same time, I'm going to taste test a beer in this Scandinavian West Coast with one of the loud seagulls we saw earlier. So Mika says skål. Thank you so much, Mika. Skål. That's a nice color. Oh yes, it's a very beautiful color. Look at that. Oh wow. Oh my. Wow. Dutch says this should cover the copyright. Thank you so much, Dutch. That is a super generous $100 super chat, along with the ranks of Dutch already left $40, so it's $140 in total. Thank you so much, Dutch. That is so awesome of you. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Big round of hearts to Dutch. We have many other people also left super chats. We have Bib, who sent 800 stars, which is about $8. Thank you so much. Oh wow, that's so kind of you. All right, so I guess we can freely sit down here and listen to good pop music, which seems to be a mix of Swedish and American. Thank you so much. Dutch says I subbed about 6 months ago. Yeah. I've seen your name a few times, but thank you so much. Wow. Oh my God. We have Catherine says, wish I could more. Sending 20 Canadians across by ship over here to beautiful Scandinavia so I can lead them on a great tour through Gamla. Thank you so much for the 20 Canadians over. I hope they're calm Canadians. Most Canadians are calm. So thank you so much for the 20 Canadians. I so appreciate that. Catherine, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, that was Dutch has a big channel. Oh, I gotta check it out, Peter. Thank you so much for letting me know. I did not realize that. Dutch, awesome. I'll check your channel out. Thank you so much for your support. And thank you so much for sharing this video. No wonder we have so many viewers. Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. You know, when it comes to traveling, sometimes you will encounter negative experiences like what we just encountered all collectively. And thankfully, it wasn't worse. It can be worse. I have family members. I have a family member who went through a very terrible experience, much worse than what I encountered there. And I think it's all happens for a good reason. There are of course tragedies in life, which are terrible. But if it's less than a tragedy, there's a good reason for why it happened. I think it always leads to something positive. It might be a wake-up call for something in your life. It could be a experience that you might interpret as bad, but actually saved you for something much, much worse. It could have been that if I went through the other exit of that metro entrance, who knows what could have happened. Could have been much worse. I had a bad intuition actually even going to central stations. Usually central stations specifically in Europe tend to be kind of rowdy places with not the best folk hanging around. So that was my mistake to even go to a central station in general in the Europe. Oh my God, we have an outpouring of support. Oh my God, Ava, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Ava already left a few super chats. That's so kind of you, Ava. I wish I could have shown you the bathroom. Oh my God. The bathroom was one of the more luxurious bathrooms I've seen in all of my European adventures thus far. It was all it looked gold. It wasn't gold, but it was all gold gilded, but like fake gold gilded. It looked copper sink. It mirrors everywhere, marble floors. It probably wasn't real marble, but wow! Oh my god, I was blown away. Hey, Eva says, thank you for your wonderful walk that you shared with us. I had a similar experience in Paris. Do not make this incident ruin your amazing experience. I mean, we do live in a world where there's contrast. That contrast kind of makes other things feel much better. So, yeah, thank you so much, Ava. I appreciate that for the $20 super chat. Ella says, today's my birthday. Oh, Ella. We have another Ella. We have a lot of Ella's tuning in. Ella, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Today's my birthday. You made it such a nice day. Oh, Ella, I'm so glad I could provide a little bit of company during your birthday. Wow, thank you so much, Ella. I appreciate that for the $10 super chat. Everyone, huge round of hearts to Ella. Huge round of hearts to Ella. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying. Have a good birthday. And oh my God, Dutch. Wow. Dutch says for your future Kung Fu classes. Yeah, admittedly, I've been tempted to learn more self-defense classes. Just for the sheer pleasure and exercise of them. But yeah. Thank you so much, Dutch. I appreciate the $100. You know, I may use that to learn a little bit of UFC at some point soon, I assume. Thank you so much, Dutch with another whopping $100, total $240 super chat. Thank you so much, Dutch. That's so kind of you. Wow, we have a lot of people. And we have a lot of Dutch viewers tuning in. Dutch, are you from Netherlands? Do let me know. That's so kind of you. Wow, what happened, says Sarah. So if you didn't see the live stream, you can rewind. But that's just the gist of it. Was there was a guy who started ranting as I was exiting the train station, saying that I was filming. I was not allowed to film people, and that I shouldn't be filming people, and that yeah, he just kept following me around, and he said that he was going to call the police. He tried. He was completely unsuccessful. No worries. Someone was just trying to walk in. So he was unsuccessful. The guy at the counter did not care at all. And luckily I lost his tail. So, yeah. Don't mind me, I'm making a live video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're live?
Yeah, I'm live, yeah. I show people all around the world.
Okay, yeah. Can I?
Yeah, go for it. Sorry about that, man.
So, okay, so you're live.
Yeah. It's a good bar, I like it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Is it on Twitch or what is it?
I actually do all three, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube.
All at the same time?
At the same time, yeah.
Okay, how many are you?
Right now, we have a lot of people tuning in right now. We have about 500 people total.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. So it's like a Patreon kind of thing. You can. Okay.
Yeah. What food should I try here next time I come?
Caesar salad.
The Caesar salad. Okay, cool. Awesome, man. Thank you. All right, so Caesar salad. I've been tempted to try the Caesar salad. I might come here before I leave. I was blocking his way because that's his path for getting into. Kay says, I've had 2 bad experiences, but I blame myself as I can't avoid making eye contact with people. Don't blame yourself, Kay. Don't blame yourself. Other people try to make it about you. Marco says, either live or you're talking to yourself. Yeah, could be either. If this was New York, you would truly question which one was which. Is that the bathroom? No, this is like kind of the worker area. The bathroom is around the other corner. So Kay says, I've had 2 bad experiences. I cannot, I felt like I could blame myself because of the eye contact. As I mentioned, people come here from all different cultures. So yeah, you might encounter a culture where if you like smile, that people are gonna find it weird. Filming. That guy probably is from a culture where a lot of people, not just him, a lot of people don't like filming. watch Drew Binsky's episode. Drew Binsky is an amazing travel vlogger, one of the best. He started on Facebook just like I did. Started around the same time I did as well. And he made an episode of going to Chad in Africa. Again, it's not necessarily negative judgment on everyone, but just a few, there's a handful of people, and sometimes culture is different. His experience was among the worst that he's ever had in terms of filming. People tried to police were questioning him, attempted to arrest him. People on the street were cursing at him. People were following him, all because he was filming in Chad. He's just a vlogger. He's not doing anything bad, but people projected a negative intent upon him, and unfortunately, yes, some of that is. I think it's closing down. I think they were about to close. So I think they weren't projecting a negative intent on him, but unfortunately, I think there are people who do film for negative purposes in some of those countries, which is very sad. It's very sad that that happens. But of course, not everyone who does that is negative. DS says Egypt is difficult to film. Yeah. So don't blame yourself. You can't predict that kind of thing, Kay, or anyone else who's gone through a negative experience. Let me know what time is it, because I don't know the time. I think they're closing in a bit. You deserve all this. It's been excellent. Oh, thank you so much. Smart C in the back of the restaurant. Kat says, police advise that for a calmly safe space where you can watch all people coming into the establishment. Yeah, of course I lost that guy, but way before. But it's 8:40. Oh yeah, they're closing in 20 minutes. So closing in 20 minutes. I can stick around for about 10 more minutes. Let's have this beer. Join me. Ooh, I spilled a little bit. Unfortunately, we're not in Denmark, so I can't walk around with this beer. Oh, Denmark, how I miss you. But I will drink as much as I can here for these last 10 minutes. Dutch sent me. Catherine says, heartbroken. Another interesting live stream. Wendy says, watch out. I'll be okay. I'm not... I'll be okay getting back. Do you have a P.O. box so we can mail stuff to you? Says Doug. Not yet. Stay tuned. I might open up one once I get back to the States. So stay tuned, Dutch. And anyone else? Chug says Marco. I got 10 minutes. What is an IPA? I like beer. There's some beers that are very pleasant, but I can't deny that the Aperol Spritz is one of the best alcoholic drinks ever made in mankind. It is such a well-balanced drink. Beer sometimes, a bit rough. This one is a strong IPA. Brenda says, have you been to all the states? No, I haven't traveled too much. Excuse me. I haven't traveled too much in the U.S. Morgan, welcome to the live video. Morgan says the afternoon and morning together, man. But like, I really feel like we spend the afternoon together today. Hey, Morgan, thank you so much. Please don't write in all caps, similar to screaming in the party. But thank you so much, Morgan. I like that you enjoy it. Hey, what's the best part of your Swedish trip, says DS? earlier today, actually seeing that beautiful area of Södermalm. Oh yeah. You guys want to try that hamburger? More, Janet says more $100 super chats. Morgan says I don't have $100, but I did my best. Thank you so much. Let me know if you want to attempt to try what apparently is one of the better burgers in the world. They say that's on the top list. It was like some New York Times writer, I think. That's like very close by. Dia says another way to support is by pressing that like button. Yeah, if you really enjoy this content, I will be posting videos of museums. I think this is a great way to get tired enough to have a good sleep. So I can show you a few museums. One of them I'll be live streaming. Another I'll be showing on a short video. And then there'll be one or two that are for patrons only. So patreon.com/urbanist, or not patrons, but YouTube supporters and YouTube members and Facebook supporters as well. Any super urbanist that supports. Susie says, are you still hungry? I think I've worked up an appetite with all this alcohol and the experience, yeah. Sometimes, you know, if you go to a tough experience, it's okay to enjoy a nice bite if that is comforting to one. Q&A says, any clues regarding your next stop? Where I'm going, if I were to give you even one clue, it would just be too obvious. Way too obvious. So, well, I won't give you any clues. Otherwise, it is be too obvious, too obvious. I can't even think of a subtle clue for where I'm going. No. Yeah. You know. Yeah. I can't. I can't even make a pun. I can't even make a pun with this place I'm going to. Because even if I make a pun, you'll know where I'm going. It'll be too obvious. Wow. That was so good. Dear Ariel, lovable community, need to run errands. It was a pleasure to be with you for about 4 hours. Wow, you were here with me 4 hours. Ava, thank you so much. I was going to do chores, says Joe, but I ended up seeing Ariel all day. Well, today's the last Stockholm live stream, so you won't be seeing a long live stream until next Thursday. So Thursday through Saturday at 3 p.m. Western European time, 9 a.m. New York City time. Stay tuned, but I hope you enjoyed this long one. I think many people voted to join me for food. Let's see if we can grab one more bite to eat. Susie says, chores or chores when Ariel is live streaming? Yeah. Thank you for the wonderful warning. I'll need to do a replay. It's gonna be a long video to replay. All right. Will it be hot there? This is pretty funny. I don't think so. I think this place has outdoor seating. Colleen says, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone. And no comment on any guesses. People are making guesses. And I tell you, I cannot even say anything. The moment I even speak about this place I'm going to, it will be too obvious. Trust me, I've been super excited to go. So if you pay close attention, you'll know. You'll know, deep in your heart, you'll know. You know exactly where I'm going. If you've been tuning in for quite a long time. Oh my God. I think we're breaking the record of the most amount of super chats I've ever received. Brenda, Bertha, wow, thank you for the $100 super chat. Round of hearts to Brenda. Thank you so much. Brenda, do you tune in on Facebook with a different name? I do recognize your name. Let me know how long you've been tuning in for. But wow, Brenda, Bertha with a $100 super chat. So a few people have already sponsored whatever we go next. Might as well enjoy this night. Thank you so much, everyone. Let all the music play. It could be the most popular music. Put on the reggaeton. If you put on the reggaeton, I'll be okay at this point with all these super chats. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, let's continue walking. Marco says you're living like a rock star. Oh, thank you, Marco. So this is Panem. Panem. I'm not sure what that means. Well, pan means overall. All. Panem. Really great place. Highly recommended. They close a bit early because they're more like a day spa. They also have breakfast, but I recommend Panem. Anthony says, is this a record stream? No, I don't think we'll be able to break the record because that would be nearly 8 hours. I think it was 8 hours exactly for Venice. But bear with me. Dia says, I'm working and hanging out with Ariel all day. Fellow urbanist. Thank you so much. That's so awesome. Brenda, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey, Daniel, I was just watching you on YouTube today, so I saw you walking by, and I was like, oh my god, he's in Sweden. So
that's awesome.
Just wanted to say hello. I'm a photographer in Sweden, so I followed you for a couple of years, I think, so on YouTube. And
I think you were commenting right throughout.
No, I haven't watched.
You're not that
no,
Daniel.
No.
Okay, there was a Daniel. Daniel. Okay.
But I'm watching your videos, and it's just so nice from New York and everything. So.
That's so cool. Thank you so much for tuning in.
So now,
a few years then.
Yeah, a few years.
And you're a photographer in this area.
Yeah, I've been taking pictures here for like 10 years.
Oh, very cool.
So I'm just, So if you, I'm Daniel Hedquist on Instagram if you want to check.
Oh, check it out, Daniel Hedquist. Yeah, and you live in this area as well?
Yeah, I live in Stockholm. I live in Telefonplan, like a couple of kilometers there. So,
cool. Yeah. What do you recommend me to do next? Just a table for one, please. Well, sorry.
To do the, I don't know. I saw your video. You were at the Parliament building and you commented on the areas with the Parliament and Olof Palme. Yeah. It's so great. I was just like learning so much because I live here and I don't know as much because I live here for such a long time. Yeah. But you like informed me so good that that's actually the truth. Awesome. So that's cool.
That's very cool, man. Yeah. Thank you so much for tuning in again.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Have a good day, Daniel. Yeah. Bye. Yeah, just for one.
You want to inside or outside?
Inside, please. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you so much. There you go. shout out to Daniel, everyone. Give a shout out to Daniel. So we are one of the better burger places apparently in the world. Let's see if it lives up to the title. This was recommended by a Swedish American YouTuber. Well, he's American, but he's based in Sweden, expat. I don't know his name. I forgot his name, but he's really cool. He's a blonde guy. He kind of looks Swede, but he's American. If anyone knows his name, do let us know. But wow, we just got another gigantic super chat from Dutch. Total $340. Dutch, you're so kind. Dutch, oh my god, $340. Oh my god, Dutch. Dutch just bought us like at least 10 hamburgers. Thank you so much, Dutch. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And here they're also known for their interesting beers. So let me show you the menu. So huge round of hearts again for Dutch. I mean, that's super generous. Beyond generous. I don't think round of hearts suffices, but huge round of hearts for Dutch, everyone. Thank you so much. Oh my god, look at this. So we have, look at this. Oh my god, I miss Denmark. Denmark is calling my name. It says cheeseburger inspired by gasoline grill in Denmark. Oh wow. Oh, look at that. That's so cool. So we tried gasoline grill at Tivoli Gardens, and we tried the butter burger. Gasoline Grill's also known as one of the better burgers in the world. They also got ranked by some very prominent food journalists, and I think a few other media sites have ranked them. Wow, that's interesting. That's so cool. All right, let's try that out. I think it's a sign that we should try that out. And let's check out their cocktails. Says, are you by yourself? Gluten. Yes. This restaurant, I think, is pretty empty. I think we're near the closing time because food closes at like 10 p.m. in Stockholm. Let me see if I can hail a waiter. They have Goose Island on tap. That's very American. Tanya says I'm in CA too. Awesome. Someone just confirmed that the longest live stream was. Who was this? Ron says the longest live stream was Rome. No. There's Venice was longer. Ron, look into it, but I think Venice was longer. So Ron says one of the longer live streams was 6 hours in Rome. No, I think Venice was longer. Okay. Sean says he didn't sound American to me. No, round of hearts to Daniel, who was really cool. So, thank you so much for saying hi. Daniel Nyquist. So he was very Swedish. He was very, very typical Swedish accent. He said that he's from Stockholm, nearby. Hey, DS says a bad situation turned into a super chat marathon. It did. It did indeed. Thank you everyone so much. Venice was 5 hours. Venice was 5 hours. There was a live stream that's longer than 6. I had a live stream that nearly went to 8. So if it wasn't Venice, it was something else. There was a live stream that nearly went to 8 hours. Anthony says, I left seeing you eating, and now you're eating again. At this rate, I'll wake up seeing you have breakfast. The waiter disappeared on me. Hey, excuse me. Ready to order. I'll have the market burger, the double, and a mojito, please.
Mojito?
Yeah.
Double monthly. Would you like any sides?
No side. Just that. Thank you so much. Robert says, must have been a long. I'm backlit, unfortunately, so I gotta move here. You're not gonna see me well because of the window. Diana says, you love my Italy videos. Oh, I'm so glad, Diana. Joe says, I was with you with all those 8 hours. Yeah, let me know what live stream it was. It was definitely last year. I got nearly 8 hours. I remember because I said to myself, I'm about to beat the record of my wedding stream. Dia says, I started a crappy work day at work, and this has made my day. I'm so glad. That's so awesome. Kami says, are we going for 7 hours? I don't think so. I think this is going to be the last stop. I do need my rest. Despite it looking super light out, I do need my rest. Hey, you're watching? Are you a viewer?
You visited one of my friends yesterday.
I did? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Which one?
You went to Goose Alley.
Goose Alley? Yeah, man. Goose Alley was amazing. If you want to say hello. Oh, cool. That's cool that you end up seeing the live stream.
Yeah, we're good friends because, he started his restaurant back in like March or something.
Yeah.
And we used to trade a lot of staff food. So he loves our burgers and I love their pizzas.
Oh, that's
They're
awesome.
really good. They're really good.
It's good that there's like a little American corner here.
Great.
Yeah.
But I promise you, the burger's going to be better here.
I did try gasoline.
Oh, you did?
Grill. Yeah,
Nice,
yeah.
nice.
I came from Copenhagen, so I'm excited to try out. But you were recommended by another YouTuber. I forgot his name, but it was a blonde guy, American, based in Sweden.
Alright,
Yeah.
appreciate it.
But what made you start this burger place? Are you the owner?
No, I'm not the owner. I am actually managing this segment called the Teutonia Beer Workshop.
Oh, cool.
So here we do about 11 taps of beer that changes on a daily basis. So during a given month, about 40 to 45 different beers comes and goes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Once something runs out, a new one comes in, but it never comes back.
Wow. Okay, so you're not.
Yeah.
Not keeping beer for too long.
Yeah. We're hosting events pretty much every week. So Tuesday next week we're hosting a beer El Clásico, so Madrid versus Spain. 2 different breweries from the 2 different cities line up 3 versus 3.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's cool.
So a lot of good stuff happening.
What's your favorite beer right now at the moment?
At the moment, I would probably go for the Polish one, Ziemowikana, Polish Lotti.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Pardon my pronunciation, but it
Yeah.
supposedly is the King's Gold.
Right.
It's a pale ale spiced up with apricots and pineapple.
Oh, wow. Holy shit.
You definitely have to try it.
Okay, I think I might try it, yeah.
Did you order a drink already?
I already threw order a drink, yeah.
I'm gonna get you a sample.
Okay, thank you so much. I
Cheers.
appreciate that. Wow. That sounds amazing. Apricot. Spice with apricot. That's so interesting. I never had. There's a few beers out there that are made. So shout out to the guy who runs Gasoline Pizza nearby Gasoline Alley. I think it was. I forgot the name. The amazing pizza place right around the corner. Shout out to him. They had amazing pizza. Oh my God. So Dutch. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat. Dutch says $100 for each viewer who shows up live on the stream. Well, I don't want to encourage too many people. Always happy to say wave hello. All right, let's try this out. Oh wow, a little bit more than a sample. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man.
Cheers, man.
Glad you're running a beer place. Thank you so much. All right, let's try this out. Shout out to So yes, I'm always happy to wave hello to anyone who passes by. But of course, when I'm eating, Please let me eat in peace. So this is Trattoria and this Tritonia. So check this guy out. This is awesome. Wow. Cool. Oh, he's working with Pan which we just came from. And barrels. Oh, cool. He's working with a few other places. So Brenda says Dutch must hit the lottery. I think Dutch is also a very successful YouTuber. So thank you so much, Dutch. Dutch, round of applause for Dutch. He's already like overwhelming my super chats. I think you already crossed the $500 mark. Thank you so much, Dutch. That's so kind of you. You've blown away the record of most amount of super chats in one stream. All right, cheers. Wow, that is amazing. Oh my god, no wonder he just recommended it. Shout out to that guy. I gotta catch his name. Shout out to that guy. Wow, that is... Wow. So yeah, definitely strong apricot flavors. There's that kind of hoppiness from the IPA. So yeah. Ooh. It's like a strong apricot, but if apricot was fermented, I'm not sure if the apricots are fermented, but it almost tastes like that. The hops, because there are hops in here, they take a back seat. It looks like beer with pulp. Yeah, I do like a good cloudy beer. I've had a few. I love this. This is really good. So this is a Polish beer. It's like apricot kombucha. Not quite. It doesn't have kombucha in it. This is a beer. So there's no kombucha. Kombucha can be alcoholic. That's a fermented tea. It can be infused with fruits like apricot. But this is not kombucha. Joe says today has close to $800 on YouTube. I smell longer European tours. Yeah, I think so. Man, this is amazing.
It is, right?
Really good.
It's so crisp, refreshing, super good for a cloudy day such as this.
It is, yeah. Why is it cloudy, if I may ask?
So there is some fruit added to it, obviously. The apricots and the passion fruit adds a little bit of taste to it.
Right.
But it mostly comes from a small amount of wheat and malted oats as well. It is typically used in hazy IPAs such as the New England style IPAs, where a combination of the hops, the yeast, and the oats and the wheat all makes a really nice hazy IPA.
Oh, fascinating. And it goes down easier than even your normal IPA.
Yeah. This one is a bit lighter as well. It's the alcohol 4.8.
4.8, okay.
Yeah, so it's quite light.
It's funny that you say lighter because in European standards that would be like normal.
Yeah, I would say so. But in Sweden, we pretty much like our stuff a little bit spicier.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Like the best-selling style of beer, besides lager right now, is hazy IPAs, and those start somewhere around 6 and have a tendency to go up to 8, being a double IPA, and sometimes even approaching 10, being a triple IPA.
Yes. Yeah, that's my favorite. I'm from New York City, and that's my favorite.
So you got some Treehouse over there.
I love Raging Bitch. Mm-hmm. That's one of the better ones.
Yeah, that's from Flying Dog.
Flying Dog, yeah.
With art from Ralph Steadman.
Right. Oh, you know your beers, yeah.
They're good.
I'm glad you have Goose Island because I recently came from Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And do you usually bring American beers because it's a long way?
Sometimes, well, we work with a number of different distributors, probably 50 different of them. I pretty much scour through the list every week to see what is the freshest, what is the most cool, what's the most hyped beer at the moment. And sometimes they're American, sometimes they're Polish, Romanian, German, Hungarian.
And I'm curious, how big is the beer culture in Sweden?
Very big.
Really?
Sweden acts like a test market for a lot of breweries back in the early 2000s, specifically Brooklyn Brewery. They, carried over.
Oh yeah, it got super big here, right?
Yeah. Sweden is the second largest market outside of Manhattan.
shit, that surprises me. Because I just came from Copenhagen. Of course, everyone's drinking outside.
Yeah.
And you kind of see the drinking culture more visibly.
Yeah.
So where are people mostly drinking here in Stockholm? Is that the bars or the restaurants?
Bars, restaurants, anywhere. So also a lot of the parks. Because it's not technically illegal to drink on the streets, but there are some specific parks that are set up so that you can have your beers around there, and the police are not going to bother you.
And does Sweden have its own breweries?
Sweden has about 350 to 400 breweries.
Oh, that's quite a lot. Okay.
Quite a couple of thousand% from back in 1990s when there were 6.
Holy shit.
So yeah.
What the hell? What happened? What ended up being the
craft beer revolution?
Oh, I see. So they're all microbreweries.
They're all microbreweries.
I see.
Some of the microbreweries actually pushed out a few of the big ones too.
Oh, really? They did? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's kind of what happened with New York. I mean, with America, with Brooklyn Brewery.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fascinating. Are you Swedish yourself?
Yes.
Yeah. Or were you raised somewhere else?
No, I was actually born here in Sweden, about like 3 hours drive from here, so not too far away.
Your American accent is perfect.
Yeah, my beautiful girlfriend's from Carlsbad, San Diego.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
So I'd say some influences from there.
So you spend a lot of time in America then?
Never been.
Never been? Holy
Not
shit.
yet.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Hopefully soon.
Yeah, I mean, there's amazing brewery tours all around America as well.
Yeah.
I would also recommend Maine. If you want to go for really good beer.
Definitely. A lot of nice New England cases around there too.
Exactly, yeah. And what I love about the US, they also make like 15-14% beers as well. We have Evil Twin Brewing.
Evil Twin, I think they do have a New York chapter, but they're probably in Denmark just to start.
Oh, I see.
But breweries are even going international nowadays.
What's the strongest beer I should try here in Sweden?
Actually, the highest rated beer of all time comes from a small brewery in Örebro, which is a couple of hours by train away from here. You might find it at a bar here or there, but it's called Stormarksporter. And it's
I'll count on my viewers for remembering that.
Yeah, if you ever find it, get it.
Okay, awesome, man.
You're gonna love it.
Cool. Thanks so much. Yeah, cheers. Skål.
Skål.
Wow, that was great. So, as you can tell, I love my beer. I don't drink it too much, but I love learning about beer. I've read so much about beer. There was a few years where I was really intense into beer. In my mid-20s, I got really deep into beer. So I end up like learning so much about it. So that's why I can hold up a conversation of beer with a beer expert. So yeah, I forgot to ask his name. I will ask his name. Evil Twin Brewing. Yeah, Evil Twin Brewing is apparently originally from, they're Dutch, but they are very famous in New York. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Also have a glass of water, please. Evil Twin Brewing. So yeah, they're really cool in the US. They're really strong. They end up making beers that are about 14% strong of alcohol. So basically a wine. Very, very strong. This guy gave me a free strong beer, 4.8%, which is strong for like UK standards. And now, this is the final drink of the day. I've had enough alcohol, but
Thank you very much.
thank you so much, I appreciate it. This is a mojito. So what's up? Kami says he did sound American. He did sound American. That was so weird. He sounded like he was from the Midwest. Hey, Emily, thank you so much for tuning in. Dutch, Sweden, and Netherlands keep trading places for the last few decades as the #1 teaching country in the world, teaching English country in the world. That's interesting. Axie says, are you getting a little bit tipsy? No, I'm 100% sober. I think you are a bit tipsy. Yes, you're the tipsy one. The world isn't spinning, you are. This burger place is spinning. It's not me. Brenda says you're flush. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I did not realize that Sweden was such a big market for beer. That kind of blows me away because, as I mentioned to him, Denmark is so obviously it's like a big drinking culture. But of course, they're drinking the bigger brands because they buy cans and drink outside because it's so expensive to go to a bar. But when you're kind of forced to go to a bar, like in New York City, like in the UK, you're kind of forced to try the bigger brands or the microbreweries. So that's interesting. I think that's fascinating. It must be coming to a sunset, says Anthony. Anthony, I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. There's not going to be a sunset. The sun is never setting. It's never setting ever again. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to break it to you. The sun is always going to be up. There's no more than nighttime. I'm gonna need food before I drink any more of this. Joe says, I hope Ariel doesn't get drunk and start yelling at the metro. Yeah, Joe. Maybe. Susie says, your Venice boat live stream was only 5 hours. There has to be a live. Can anyone do some searching on YouTube? There has to be a live stream that passed the 7-hour mark in 2021. There has to be one. I forgot which one. There has to be one. Mikkel says beer mojito. Kemi says, are you an ENFP? I've done the Myers-Briggs test, but I did the Myers-Briggs test in my early 20s. And I was a bit more introverted in my early 20s, so I got INFP, I think. INFP. I didn't get justitious. Oh, no worries. I got excited there. It's Saturnia, you're a bit drunk, says Miss Fancy. Just a wee bit. So, this is a very strong mojito. Very strong. Espiel says not introverted tonight, that's for sure. Yeah, so when I did the Myers-Briggs test, which is like a personality test, I ended up getting introverted, but that was in my early 20s. I was more introverted by habit than by kind of natural disposition. So I think I might be an ENFP. I'm not sure. I'm not technically justitious. It's a hard word to pronounce. Justitious, but yeah. Kami says, "Let's break your record." It'll take me 2 hours at this point. I don't know, guys. We've been hanging out for quite a while. Judicious, thank you so much. Not justitious, but judicious. Get a whiskey sour, you'll be speaking Swedish in no time. Maybe. I think Ariel might find his Viking goddess tonight, says Espiel. I hope she's a Dane. No comment. I did not hear that, ladies and gentlemen. You did not hear at all what I just said. You're going to need a few bananas tomorrow, says Becky. I think I might be able to buy a bunch of bananas. Yes. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. That was beautiful. I'm getting emotional by how beautiful this moment is, everyone. As I mentioned, sometimes a negative event can turn into a beautiful happenstance like what you're seeing today. For me, it is beautiful. It's nice to meet Daniel, to meet this guy, knowing that the pizza guy was tuning in. That's awesome. It's a very beautiful circumstance. So, well, cheers to everyone supporting Dutch, Ava, Brenda, Joe. We have many people who left super chats as well. Many others. Thank you so much. Let's try a burger, shall we? These guys claim to be among the best. Woo. Oh my god. You can get high off this burger. That's a burger, ladies and gentlemen. You know when sometimes you have to get out of America to truly get connected with America. I'm very proud of my country. I know my country is going through some hard times, and there's a lot of controversy that's happening. A lot of tough things are happening in America. I think the way to better America is to love it, not to hate it, not to go against it, not to destroy its original values. America was built on wonderful values. America has developed a wonderful culture. It is no coincidence that the burger is everywhere in the world, at least everywhere in Europe. This is America's greatness right here. And sometimes as a country, we have to come out of the country. We have to go to a different place so we can see the greatness of our own country. And it might sound simple, saying a burger. How can a burger be the greatness of America? Sometimes the simplest things are what makes a country truly great. Cheers. Tearing up, it's so beautiful. Wow. Perfectly balanced. Great bread. I'm so happy I'm having this here. Amazing burger. It's making me tear up. I might be because of the alcohol, but
maybe.
also because of America's going through tough times. So I kind of love how burgers have spread all over the world.
There you go.
I find that to be such a beautiful thing.
The Swedish beef is bred more for flavor, so since we mince it all anyway, it comes out amazing in a burger. Because the American beef are usually bred more for being tenderness. So it doesn't always pack the same flavors, but they got something in there that makes them all amazing.
Oh, interesting. So you're using Swedish beef?
Swedish beef, free from any antibiotics or anything like that.
Oh, that's good to hear. And potato bun as well, right?
Yes, it is made locally as well.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, because in Denmark they were using American beef, which I found very interesting. Yeah, but it's good that you guys are using Swedish beef.
Cheers, man.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Wow. Amazing burger. Peter says a hamburger came from Hamburger, Germany. No. It's inspired by grounded beef that was made to steak. So Salisbury steak is what turned into the hamburger in America. Helen says, "Can you put words to your emotion?" We'll have to stay with us. So, yeah, I could put words to my emotion. I think he got it, which was so nice. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a well balanced burger. Has a little bit of spicy kick to it. It's I love the pickles. I love the veggies. The cheese that they use is really good. I wonder how they make their American cheese because they're using Swedish beef. Yes, there's onions here. There's tomatoes. Kind of your classic like Big Mac toppings. Pickles as well. But it's just so well balanced. I've had other burgers before, and yeah, I'm a little bit inebriated, but some burgers can skew a little bit greasy, like what we had in Denmark. It was a really great burger, but it was a kind of a bomb of grease. Some burgers don't have the best bread. They're kind of lazy about the bread. Other burgers, the meat might be a little bit too red, a little bit too kind of not so well cooked. But this one got the right balance. Perfect balance in all the ingredients, in all the elements, just combining together to make a cohesive, wonderful burger. Is the meat tender? The meat is very tender. It's cooked medium well. It's cooked pretty much well done. I think the best burgers are cooked well done. The classic American burger is always cooked well done. Ross is good because someone called the place and asked the name of the guy. And this is what America needs right now: is a well-balanced society. We need to put all these different elements, all the different colors of America, all balanced together, like this burger. Dutch says, "I would like to meet the chef." I would like to meet the chef too. Wow. I'm going to show you a close-up of I've only shed a tear once before eating food, and that was in that 18-course meal in Ireland when I had the duck. 18 courses, weird experience because no one was Irish in this Irish dining experience. You can watch the replay. I think the replay is still up, yeah. You can watch the replay. Ella says, I'm really going to miss you when you end this broadcast. Ella, oh. Ella, it's your birthday. Everyone, cheers to Ella. Skål, Ella. It's Ella's birthday. Please have a good cake. This is a very strong mojito. Oh my god, this is a lot of sugar. Ooh, this is a lot of sugar. This is a good mojito, but it's heavy on the sugar. I should have gotten more beer. I didn't realize they were so good with their beer selection. So mojito, if you don't know, is a classic Puerto Rican drink. Classic Puerto Rican drink. Cubans might claim it, but it's Puerto Rican. Let's be honest. I'll tell you more about it when I go to Puerto Rico. But this is great to see all around the world too. Just like the burger, I'm a man of two cultures. I'm a man who was raised in America with the classic burger, and a man from Puerto Rico with the classic mojito. Experiencing the beauty of my cultures here, all the way halfway around the world, in one of the most unlikeliest places, Stockholm. Tomorrow's live stream, Ariel looks for a pharmacy. No, I think I'll be okay tomorrow, yeah. I think I'll be okay tomorrow. Tell us how you really feel about a cheeseburger. Anthony says, Europe threatens to rival the US. Yeah. I don't think this place closes that early, so I might be mistaken. I think it closes like at 11 p.m. So I'm gonna have sweet time eating this burger. That's amazing. I love the music they're playing here too. It's amazing music. Wow. Now I can't believe that guy called me crying at the burger. That guy's gonna have a story. I gotta get his name, so that guy's gonna have a story. He's gonna go back to his girlfriend and explain, honey, I just saw an American man cry while eating a burger, and it touched me, knowing that America is such a beautiful country. And then she is going to feel that emotion. And she's going to be like, wow, yes, America is a great country. There's a lot of beauty in this country. And it's going to spread. There's going to be many people out there who's going to see the beauty, who's going to be grateful in what we have over there. And hopefully we can change for the better. Maybe weeping over a burger will cause much more change than any law that one could pass. This is one of the better burgers of my life. Lux says, oh my god, this is my favorite stream I've ever seen. You know, I'm gonna ask the guy if we can meet the chef. That guy deserves to be a star. DS says, I want to keep this place in mind. Yes, go to Barrels. It's actually reversed right here, so up here, perfectly. Look at that. I'm in selfie mode, so all the words usually are reversed. But this is a reverse so that people can see on the other side. But it's Barrels. Visit Barrels, ladies and gentlemen, in Gamla. Espiel says, get his name and the chefs. I think I will. Wow. Swedish food has been very impressive since the start. Ironically, we're eating a very American thing in Sweden, so yeah. DS says, tell them that 500 people want to see him. I think I will. I think I will. I'm gonna see. Some countries, of course, because of stricter health laws, they're not always so open to showing the kitchen. But I'm gonna see. I'm gonna do my best. Mathona says, where are we going next? Stay tuned. Next Thursday, I'm really excited. Wherever we're going to one of a place that I've wanted to go for many years. I've been talking a lot about America. I'll give you one hint. You guys want to know one hint? Let me know if you want to know one hint. Let me know. I think it's time to give you the hint. I think it's appropriate to give you the hint at this moment in time. Linda says it's time. Brenda says yes. Marco says people cry over my food. Oh, that's good to hear, Marco. It starts with the A letter. Alexa's almost blurted out. Air and water, nice to see you here. Welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in from Dutch's channel. Brenda says, you're a good person. I really clearly see you deserve all the good things. We went from Scotland to Scandinavia. And I told you that the hint in Scotland was that there's deep ties in Scotland with wherever we're going next. And we end up coming to Viking territory, which is Copenhagen and Sweden. Where we're going next has deep ties to America. Ties so deep that many Americans don't realize, but they should. Ties so deep that they have changed America for the better. They have made America such a powerful might in many respects. I can't tell you what respects because I'll give it away, but in many respects. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. I already been to the UK, so I ain't the UK. But stay tuned. So when I was little, my lovely mom would take me to Burger King. My dad too. They would take me to Burger King. So round of hearts to my mom and dad who tuned into these live streams. They would take me to Burger King in the corner where we lived in Jackson Heights. And I loved it. Of course, Burger King, I won't go there nowadays. I would go to a place like this. But I loved it when I was a little kid. I was really, really happy to always go to Burger King. And whenever I bought that Burger King Whopper, I remember that I would have the wrapper. The wrapper, and I would love that part of the wrapper. But why would I love the wrapper? It doesn't make any sense. It's just paper. The wrapper had cheese. And this is something that would be uncouth to do usually in a video. This would be uncouth to do in front of a friend or a significant other. But I think we're beyond that point at this point. I think we're in the point where we're letting everything loose. And this is one of the better parts I remember from my childhood. This might be uncouth here in Sweden, but who cares? This, ladies and gentlemen, is what I loved as a little kid. The cheese that stuck to the wrapper. Wow. admit it. Many of you also love them. We keep it secret. We don't tell anyone. We do it in the shadows, but we do it nonetheless. We eat the cheese on the wrapper. I know many of my friends do that. Oh, that was some good cheese. Wow. Wow. I'm finished. That was great. Barrett says the cheese on the wrapper is like frosting on the cake. Yes, it is indeed. It is. Yeah. Allison's going to New York City next week. Going to try Shake Shack. Try Shake Shack. Yes. Shake Shack is a great classic American hamburger, in my opinion. Ooh. Wow. Okay, that was a lot of food. That's a sweet mojito. They put agave in here, which is interesting. Has a different sweetness from the Puerto Rican mojitos. Puerto Rican mojitos usually have sugar in them, but this one has agave. Sorry, that's a meat. Wow. All right, everyone. Let me know if you have any questions as I finish this mojito. If you asked any question before and haven't answered, feel free to ask again. Happy to answer anything. Kruden says I should visit Vassparken in Stockholm. I think I will. Just tune in the time. This is Barrels. Barrels. That's the name of the place. That's the guy. What's your name, by the way?
My name's Andreas. What's yours?
Andreas? Ariel.
Ariel? Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Can you show the chef? That would be really cool because people have been asking.
I'm gonna go and check with him.
Yeah,
So
check with them in this case. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Andreas. Dia says, thank you for the live stream, making my day for hundreds of people. My pleasure. It's 9:40 p.m. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen, it's like 3 hours before sunset. It's long. Sunset is very late over here. Love that you're by yourself. With any headache? This is Gruden Dome. No, yeah, it's. I love solo traveling. Isn't too bad. Top compliments to the presentation of the burger. Yes, truly one of the better burgers I've had. Truly great burger. Awesome, man. Truly burgers I've had. Yeah. Thank you.
These are your chefs tonight. This is
hey guys. We have over 600 people tuning in, and they were blown away by how you guys made the burger. Really nice presentation. Yeah.
Small place, but it makes it done.
Very good. Great job, guys. Thank you again. Yeah, nice to meet you. And do you guys have the beer kegs here somewhere?
Yes.
Something cool that you're interested to show?
So this here is the Tritonia Beer Workshop.
Oh, I see.
Our idea is to never hide any of the details of the tools we use. Everything is rough welded.
Yeah.
Lots of weird stuff. And these are the one-way disposable kegs that people are using these days.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
one-way disposable kegs.
Yeah.
I've never seen
Since
that
we're
before.
doing a lot of imports, it has to be that way because otherwise we'll have to do double shipments. One going there, one coming back as well.
Oh,
these also
interesting.
save a lot of weight in the distribution as well and shipping.
Oh.
So yeah, it also has a couple of benefits quality-wise too.
Okay, so this is a separate bar from Barrels.
Yes, so we are doing two concepts in the same place. So we got Barrels and Burgers, which was founded back in 2015.
Yeah.
And then shortly after, we opened up the beer workshop. And this is pretty much where we do all the beer events. We are hosting tastings that you can book online.
Oh, cool.
Preferably Tuesday to Wednesday. Because weekends tends to be a bit busy. We import beer from the whole wide world. Today we're hosting like Brazil, Croatia, some from Ukraine, US obviously, and Poland as well.
That's amazing.
We even used to host a few Russian ones before Putin got his knickers.
Were they good? Were they good? Did you enjoy them?
Sad to say, yes, they were amazing.
Yeah, of course, yeah. That's kind of sad that you lost out on those beers.
Yeah, hats off to all the independent small breweries in Russia.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's awesome. I hope many people visit. What's the website so people can check it out?
So you can find us on barrels.se and on Instagram, and also tritonia.se on Instagram as well. So those are pretty much the main forms of communication.
You found very good handles.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Very straightforward. What time does the pizza place close? I would love to say thanks to the guy.
I think they're closing at 9 on a weekend.
On weekends, okay. Yes. Okay. They're already closed at this point.
Unfortunately, Mila is away on a party today, so the main guy is not there today.
Right. I might pay a visit one more time.
Yeah,
awesome,
open
man.
Tomorrow.
Thank you so much for the beer again. That was amazing.
No worries.
And really great burgers.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to finish up. Thank you so much. Mathona says, you make me happy because you pronounce my name correctly. Oh, Mathona, I didn't that's awesome. I'm so glad I pronounced your name correctly. Sometimes I make guesses, but it's awesome that I pronounce your name correctly. Awesome experience, says Andreas. Yes, really cool guy. Yeah, check him out. Say hello to Andreas if you visit Stockholm and come to Barrels and the next door. It's a word I rarely experience, but Tritonia. Wait until Ariel grabs some fresh air. Yes, I think I'm gonna need some fresh air. Barrels makes me want to choose Sweden. I think this is a great restaurant experience. I mean, sometimes, as I mentioned, the culture is not going to be as warm. So I'm getting a little bit more of that warmth because the guy knew about me. But sometimes, if you come to cultures like Sweden, there's other few similar cultures that are a little bit closed off in the beginning, like Finland, as I mentioned, also like Italy. If you come to these cultures, it sometimes is very beneficial to come to the same place over and over again. So don't stick to, if you really want to integrate with the locals in a culture like Sweden, go to a few places. Go to the same place over and over again. Don't go to like all different places every day. Because in Ireland, for example, you can easily meet someone in an Irish restaurant or a pub or a bakery or a cafe, and easily hang out with them and go to a different restaurant. But these cultures, Swedish, Italian, there's a few others, it takes getting to know people. So I got the good blessing of that guy already seeing my videos, and I got to meet him. But it won't be the usual experience for a tourist. So I would recommend coming to the same place over and over again for 2 or 3 times. I assume then you'll start seeing them open up. Oh my God says, oh my God, Ariel, you are extremes. Usually you avoid talking to people other times. What got you started? Well, I don't avoid talking to people. I just don't seek talking to people. When I sometimes there are people who you can tell that they're very passionate about what they do, and I can easily talk with those people. Not everyone is passionate about what they do, and that's okay. but sometimes people are, if they don't enjoy what they do, it's a bit hard to connect with them. I personally find them a little bit hard to connect with them. So countering a guy like Andreas, the guy who had the pizza shop earlier, people like this, very easy to talk to. And I think it's very important for any person out there in the world to do what you love, or truly love what you do. One of those two. Well, anything in between ain't gonna fly. It's going to limit the opportunities of meeting interesting people, of having fascinating conversations, of serendipities happening. If you want to increase your chances, I would recommend doing what you love or love what you do deeply, on a deep level. It's easier said than done, of course, but if you can get one step closer to that, take it step by step. If you're someone who loves gardening, but you're in a job that's completely opposite to gardening, maybe garden as your hobby in your backyard. Maybe volunteer to garden for one of your neighbors. Go step by step. Step by step. You'll get there. Nas says that was some sitar funk. I love the sitar instrument. Joe says Ariel's getting deep. Hey, Cami says, thank you for the Irish love. It means a lot. I mean, I truly connected with the Irish people. Lux says, Ariel is a science fiction novel by Alexander Bezaliv, published in the first time in 1941. Yes. It's also, before 1941, Sylvia Plath published a book of poetry by the name of Ariel. So yeah, there's a few things. Ariel. Is weed legal in Sweden? No. Nas. German and French people take their time to know as well. Yes. Yes. Those are... I have not had personal experience with Germany, but with France, yes. It's also another culture where it takes your time to get to know people. Other cultures are a lot easier. Mexico, Ireland, much easier to meet people. America, much easier to meet people. Wow, Fila. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. That's so kind of you, Fila. So kind of you. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Charles is a fantastic live stream. I've been watching for hours. I'll figure out the money thing. No worries. I make these live streams for free on purpose, so people can tune in from all around the world. Not everyone, of course, has the ability to pay a subscription fee, and but I know that people out there like supporting the show. So if you like supporting the show, that's awesome. You make it able for me to publish this for free for everyone. So round of hearts to all the super urbanists, the super chatters, the PayPalers, the star givers, the star senders, and everyone else out there who has supported the show monetarily, so everyone can tune in for free. Thank you so much. Dia says you can also support by liking or subscribing. Yes, if you enjoyed the show, like or subscribe. That's 2 ways to support. Also, please. Anthony says if you can't be with the one you love, love the one who you're with. That's true. That's true. Yes, that's very true. If you can't be with the one you love the one you love. Yeah. I said that completely incorrectly, but I get you, Anthony. Thank you so much for saying that. Dutch says, much love to all the viewers. And like and share can generate even more than all the super chats combined. Says Dutch. Dutch, thank you so much. Dutch, do you have any pro tips for growing on YouTube? I would love to know them. Diana's, wow! Ooh, wow! This is an interesting night. Diana celebrates 15 months of membership. That's so awesome, Diana. Thank you so much. Ariel, round of hearts to Diana. She has been the super urbanist for 15 whole months. Mr. Boss says, nice walk. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you're enjoying Mr. Bob. Thank you so much for the super chat earlier. Dutch says, be kind, stiff upper lip sometimes, and always have fun what you're doing. That's right, Dutch. Dutch has left, Dutch seems to be a pretty big YouTuber. So Dutch said, be kind, stiff upper lip sometimes, and always have fun what you're doing. Yes, that's right. Always have fun what you're doing. Always have fun what you're doing. Thank you so much, Dutch. Wow, that was a great mojito. Highly recommend it. What I usually do is this with mojitos. Is so I could get more of that mintiness. Brenda says, the stream has been such a learning experience. I'm so glad it has been a learning experience. I'm glad to hear that. It's been a learning experience for me. Hey, Mathilda says, I never knew we had an Irish Apprentice or a TV copy every TV show. This has been a great live stream today. So everyone, if you enjoyed this live stream, let me know. I'm gonna get some sleep, rest well, so I can show you at least one museum on live video. And then I'll be doing other short videos on TikTok. My poor TikTok audience is not getting any of this action. So if you enjoy my videos, feel free to also follow me on TikTok, Ariel Vieira. And one more time, if you want to get access to all the bonus videos I posted, including my tour of the Museum of History in Paris, which I just posted recently, my Airbnb tour of Copenhagen, which is a private home, but I end up showing it to super urbanists, and there's a little bit more insight of Airbnbs in general, and a whole lot of videos from Italy, Greece, Mexico, Frida Kahlo Museum. I end up showing that also to super urbanists. All that you can get access on patreon.com/urbanist, pressing that join button on YouTube, or pressing that become a supporter button, excuse me, on Facebook. A lot of people have asked me, will be okay going home? I think I will be, yes, I will be okay on home. Not I think, I know I'll be okay going home. I'm very close. I'm very close, yes. You'll learn about where I'm staying later at the end of my stay here, because it's a really interesting place. I've been having a fascinating time. They were so kind enough to give me a good discount. So you'll be learning about this place at the end of my stay here. Stay safe, getting back to your hotel. And remember everyone, just as I reach 10% battery, when something bad happens, it is an opportunity for something greater to happen. The worst situations are probably a blessing that you won't be able to see until sometime after. Well, if you see everything as a blessing, if you see everything as something as beauty in your heart, if you see beauty in both the negative and the positive things in life, more beauty will come to you. It's bound to happen. That's the nature of the universe. So see beauty in all. And beauty will reveal itself more to you. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in. This was from Barrels Burgers right here. Barrels, burgers, and beers. Highly recommend that. And Tritonia Olivec Start. Say hello to Andreas. Go to the pizza shop nearby. Say hello to that guy. That guy was really awesome as too. And if you see Daniel, go to Daniel Nyquist to check out his photographs because he's probably taking photographs of beautiful Gamla stuff. Everyone, keep being awesome. And always keep on exploring. Have a good day, everyone. Bye-bye. Skål.